Let me give you the link. And yeah, there we go. So let's do some stuff. So first, let's go look at Calcom GitHub. Right, this is like the whole product, right? Yeah. Oh, and I think I forgot Calenso was their original name. I think they're actually still going by that on Work at a Startup. But yeah, so I need to look at their code base because my thing for OSS Hack, the hackathon this weekend, it's going to be going for the Gusto for the 10K prize. Whether I actually make it happen, we'll see. To clone in a private repo, acquire a commercial license. Yeah. No, so we'll do a public fork. We're not going to do that yet, though. Right, and you can just do this for random stuff to set it in the env file, and I assume that they properly mock things locally. Yarn DX is an option. Oh. It'll start a Postgres instance with a few test users. Nice. You could also do it in Gitpod. Ooh, nice. You could also do it manually. I think I would end up using Yarn DX. Testing, resolving issues. Could deploy on Railway. AI project called Self-Operating Computer? No, I haven't. I like how they have all these like deploy buttons though. That's clean. Good first issues, contributors, language translation support. Ooh, this is a cool section. Ooh, I'd love to know how they're maintaining this. Yes, this is for their integrations. Real quick, we're going to be looking at cal.com, looking at how it's structured, seeing what I could theoretically build from it. Because the plan is to have the best fork of cal.com. What does that specifically mean? It means that I need to figure some stuff out. They do have Swagger. Sweet. That's actually huge. So they do generate a Swagger doc. Perfect. Here in apps, we see web, Swagger, Storybook, Platform, API, AI. Those are in applications. When we look in packages, what do we see? So let's actually hack out a game plan of it. And I could have done just ... whatever. All right, so planning.md. Do I think the rate of change in web dev is going to get lower with time or increase? I think it depends on what you classify as change at that point. Is solid.js coming out considered change in the web dev ecosystem? That's up to you to decide. If you think so, then no. The things you have to learn, hell no. It's going to keep increasing. But we're going to be given more tools to help us focus on the things that matter. Which is why there's new things you're going to have to learn. Why would that be scary? Do you not like learning new things? Yeah. As an accountant, you're going to have to learn new software. It's going to happen. As a lawyer, as a real estate agent, you're going to keep having to learn new software. Is that scary to you? No. You're going to have to learn new laws and regulations. It's the job. It's what we get paid for. As a doctor, do you think you can just stop learning about medical things? Hell no. No job worth doing is stagnant. Right? You really don't want to go to a doctor that hasn't learned anything new in the past 20 years. You really, really don't. He'll prescribe you some, like, Xanax for your ulcer. That's not going to fix your ulcer. You know what fixes ulcers? Antibiotics, because it's bacteria that cause ulcers. They found that out in 2012. If you're going to a doctor that got their degree 20 years ago and thought they didn't need to learn anything new anymore, your doctor might be killing you. Like, dude. All right, so as far as planning goes, and Zero Coolfer and Live Free Dia, thank you for the follows. Sorry, Live Free, I missed that a while ago. Oh yeah, right? Anything worth doing changes over time. It's that simple. I agree with that slightly monoided, but you're still going to have to keep learning new things. Redux and state management were not things a front-end dev needed to worry about 20 years ago. So even though computer science hasn't changed much, the nature of our jobs as developers has, right? The scope of things that we need to know. That's going to keep increasing. Kind of like our caching and local storage discussion earlier. Was that something you needed 20 years ago? No. But it is something a front-end dev did not need to know 20 years ago that you do need to know now. If you don't want to do that, then don't make applications. Make websites. So it's actually further to the point someone was asking. Just because it's not new to computer science doesn't mean it's not new to you. And as a developer, you're going to keep having to learn new things that are new to you because they weren't relevant previously. Right? It's impossible to know everything. 50 years of computer science is not something you'll learn in a summer. Yeah, I think that's the big point, monoided, right? The scope of things you're going to need to know are going to increase the better you get as a developer, right? The more you know, the more you realize you know nothing. Jon Snow? All right, so what are my first steps going to be? Well, generate client SDKs for API from Swagger doc. Use the Go SDK in a Charm app for CLI visualizing cal.com data. That is like the overall thing I want to do. So this would involve pull down repo, generate Swagger, pass to open API generator. Sure. So then after that, use the Go SDK in a Charm app or use JS SDK in a React Inc. CLI app for visualizing cal.com data. And hey, what's up, Purple Elf? Well, shit, I think I was lurking you. So now I gotta lurk somebody else. Yeah, Acorn. Yeah, what were you up to today? We are prepping for OSS Hack. I was gonna say OS Shack. It's the OS Shack, baby. Damn right. OS Shack, baby. I feel like that could be our contribution. That could be our contribution to the OS Shack competition. Giving them an awesome spoof song. Damn right, B-52's reference. Hop in my pull request. It's as big as a whale. And all the tests fail. Oh, man. I think we could make a really good song for this. Oh, we could totally do it. A rust lobster. Like, there you go. Hold on. This is a tweet. This is absolutely tweet worthy. Oh, do they not have a thing? Oh, damn right. This is dad joke level. There you go, Jordan. Oh, really, Bob? Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I'm sorry for that one. That's my bad. I don't even like my voice. Did she just get woken up by the OS Shack reference? And now it's stuck in her head, so now she's plotting my demise? Pretty sure that's it. Wait, really? Aw. Alright, so yeah, let's close that for now. So yeah, I think that's gonna be a big move. Yeah. So this is a mono repo. This is a turbo repo, mono repo, or just PNPM? Looks like turbo. Yeah, turbo. Wait, what's that comment? What domain name are you looking at? Hold on. What am I missing in Sanities? Yeah, hold on. Yeah, someone just reached out to me. Let's just check this for him real quick. So, opengraph.xyz, I think? It's someone that's followed me for a while, and I follow them, and I think the tool they make is cool. So, yeah, let's just look at it for him. Why not? Hope they're okay with me checking this live. Yeah, looks to me like it's not there on an initial crawl. How are they editing those? Ooh, Dead Sea? Oh, that's not bad. I kind of like that. That's not bad. Hold up. Hold up. I think I already know the issue. Yep. Yeah, so that was it. Their open graph tags aren't there without JS. Someone said I would talk about defer. What do you mean? In what case? I don't think defer would help this at all either. But defer basically means you no longer need to put your script tags here at the bottom of the body. So this one right here, this next data, could actually be deferred as well. Typically, you do defer when it's loading a remote script, though. So I don't know if defer would actually do anything for an inline script. Is that what you were looking for, Jordan? Like just a description of that? Yeah, I'm not sure about the defer on an inline script. I'm pretty sure defer is meant for like assets that are remote. And defer is basically doing the same thing as putting the script at the bottom of the page. So it's not going to block the loading of your site. Without defer, you would have to wait till all of these loaded before the HTML below it would actually get rendered, as far as I remember it. So yeah, this person got some free consulting. They deserve it for being a long-time follow. So I'm okay with it. And I think it's a cool product they're building, so yeah, awesome. All right, so back to what we're doing. Let's keep thinking about our process. I think I really like the idea oh, hold on, let me reply to this person one more time. All right, sorry, someone was reaching out. I figured I'd help him out. I should be sending him an invoice for this time. But really, what? It's 5 minutes. And what's up, Aziz? How you doing? Yeah, hello over there on YouTube. And again, if anyone wants to leave a lurk over on YouTube, you'd be helping me out. We're going to get to the Python code here in a minute. We're just trying to develop a game plan for the cal.com stuff. All right, so charm. Right, charm libraries are what I'm looking for. Lip gloss, bubble tea. What is Wish specifically doing? right, the component toolkit, that's for bubble tea itself, okay? We don't care about animation as much yet. Log, this is fine, a happy, powerful little logger, cool. Do it without writing any Go code? Interesting. I'm gonna tag Bash Bunny. Jesus Christ. That's psychotic. So over the top. Holy shit. I should be real careful about showing psychotic posts on stream. What are we doing right now? We are doing a little bit of planning for the OSS hackathon that starts tomorrow. After that, we got some Python stuff to do. I need to build up my Python code coverage as far as testing goes, and I also need to write some like templating to generate types from the Vexilla schema. If you're not aware of what Vexilla is, maybe read up a bit on this, right? Check out what feature flags are, etc., what they're for, and I can rant a little bit, a little bit more about that in a bit. But I got a question here. No, I stocked up at the tab store there, Belden. I think I'm good. Thanks, though. I assume you were offering extra tabs if I need them. Alright, we're gonna remove the timeout, but hey man, your comment was removed because the tabs comments are a bit boring. Right, you just did it twice, and we're only gonna increment this once. And I don't do it every single time. At what point do you think it got boring? 100? 200? Maybe 300 times that someone's mentioned it? We're already at 460. So it doesn't matter if it's your first time. It's not ours. The word is blocked. People who are on the regulars list are not hit by it. But random drive-by comments about it, yeah, they get hit. I would be hypothetically, Exactly. How does one get on the regulars list? Defect, I'm almost positive you're on it. Oh, never mind, you weren't. Now you are. Yeah, I guess you haven't. You might have done it over on Gaming Stream. I am currently unemployed. I typically lead small front-end teams for building applications. I'd like to get into dev tools and SDKs for open source projects. I was recently at a company called Fairwinds. They went through a restructuring, you know, to make sure that they could actually survive as a business, and I get it. Awesome company, best job I've ever had. Best people I've ever worked with, as far as like team and valuing our time as human beings. Like, yeah, really good stuff. So Fairwinds was not a bank. No. You're thinking of Fairwinds the bank. This was Fairwinds the Kubernetes infrastructure company. I think they're actually on a major trajectory to get some big contracts soon. Now that VMware was acquired and basically gutted. Because VMware owned one of their major competitors. So I think Fairwinds is actually in a really good place to where they might be able to get more investment and more contracts, etc. And possibly they might even be on, like, you know, hiring again. I think they actually have a pretty good future with Broadcom's acquisition of VMware and the gutting of those businesses. Just keep working at it there, eggs. Or egg sandwich time. I didn't get into dev until 32. You got plenty of time. Yeah, I really liked the company. I really liked what I was building, and I'm a little bummed that so many of the things I was working on were like halfway done because things kept getting like reprioritized. But that is the nature of things. I get it. Again, I really liked the company. I liked the people. Economy is the economy, you know? But yeah, as far as really good bubble tea projects, if we go to the repo, do they have like a list of tools they recommend? They do. So I should just look for this. This is a lot of things to look at, though. Right, so hold on. Everyone, go take a look at the list down at the bottom. Are there tools that you think would make the most sense to look at? Because this is actually a lot. This is more than I thought. So I think it's still a valid tweet to tag Bash Bunny. Because I really just don't know Which one of these has, like, you know, like a really, really nice interactive, like, TUI? And with, like, an easy-to-comb code base. I think for what we're building, I think the charm stuff is actually a better fit than React Ink would be. Because I remember the last time I did React Ink stuff, I had to do a lot of work to making sure that things were how I expected them to be. But maybe it wouldn't be too bad. Because it would be more of like an interactive thing, rather than like a step-based form. Oh, there are people that do it, Lambda File. I would say Juicebox Hero is one that's done it a bunch. We'll wait after that's done. I believe Bash Bunny will also be doing Advent of Code. I think they're going to be doing it in Zig. There are people that do it. They just might not be going right now. In fact, most of the time, because of like time zones, etc., the people that are trying to be competitive with it probably won't start till like later in the evening. So Raimu might even be doing it this year. Raimu, you out there? Terminal-based file manager. Okay, some of these could be good. Yeah, let me bring this over. And yeah, let's shout out Bash Bunny. We'll shout out Raimu afterwards. So again, Bash Bunny, Juicebox Hero, and Raimu are the most common, you know, Advent of coders I've seen. Juicebox Hero typically isn't, like, trying to be, like, there first in the leaderboards and stuff. So, yeah, she might just, you know, she might be a better one depending on time of day for you. Things like that. Because I don't think she's trying to, like, really focus on getting things done immediately when they get released. You're thinking slides? Okay. Markdown-based presentation tool? Sure. Something timer-driven would probably be good. I'd like to see how they're doing a little bit of that. It'll mainly be based upon data you can access from cal.com's API. using their like API token like logic, right? But I'm thinking we're going to want something interactive, you know, for visualizing like the time of day and upcoming meetings, things like that. Right? Having like a dashboard in which you just see like the, like basically in your Google Calendar, how that like red line goes throughout the day, like through things. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not even sure if it's a great idea. At the bare minimum, I want to be able to just fetch and visualize and possibly create things within cal.com from the CLI. That's the main goal. See, I'm looking for like some of like the craziest TUIs you can think of. Redis viewer? Okay. Yeah, we're going to want to like try these out. And we're going to move on from these a little bit. I just want to at least have a list. Right? Charm-based examples. Task timer is at least going to have something with like an interval to like update the rendering on a timer. That is going to be necessary. Redis viewer, maybe it does so as well. Yeah, we can't write any code for OSS Hack until tomorrow. I think a big part of what we're doing, though, it would be useful to have generated SDKs from their Swagger doc anyway, because it should theoretically give us some types as well. Bare minimum, we get functions we can just use nice and easy. Yeah, I'm thinking they would most likely prefer a React Ink based application. I think, right? I think we all know as a dev myself, I could probably hack out a JSTS version quicker. So let's go at least look at the React Ink stuff. Ooh, sponsored by WorkOS. Fancy. So do we see any projects here that we think would be pretty good as well? A lot of these end up just doing like step-based installer kind of things. I don't see anything that I would consider a dashboard. Yeah, a lot of these are like step-based. Autarky here is probably interactive. Interactive command line GUI for Git. All right. I'll almost want to try a bunch of these, but I don't think that's our goal for now. So we know that Charm or React Inc. are the options. Cube Live here is probably the biggest example of something we should try and like emulate. Right? This seems like massively like dashboardy and interactive. Yeah, I think no matter what, our first step is going to be generating SDKs. All right. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Yeah, we'll go look at the React Inc. stuff later. Yeah, bare minimum, I want to just visualize data. Modifying and creating data would be a separate thing, but I still think valuable. So we'd want to think about our like TUI layout. Yeah, I think we got more to think about for that later. We got about 2 hours left of hacking out some Python stuff. Let's do that, right? Because we still got work we want to do separately. I'm not 100% sold on whether we'll do the, you know, the Charm Go based thing or whether we'll do the React Inc. based thing. I think as far as Cal.com, they would prefer the React Inc. based thing. My experience with it is probably a little deeper. Right? So the amount of learning I'd have to do to make a Charm-based CLI, that's trickier. Definitely something to think about, though. Yeah. All right. So I think we got a good plan. And I'm also thinking, like, we could release out the SDKs based upon the Swagger doc in a way that other people can use that, like, fork. So I might even do, like, a double, like, PR/fork thing. Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. But let's finish hacking out what we got here. If we look at what we have within our network, right? We see, as far as coverage goes, we could definitely get our exceptions covered more by trying to pickle them. We could get our client covered more, and I would want to make sure that our scheduler is also fully covered as well, right? I think that's important. Now, in the meantime, we could also just end up trying to create the CLI part of things. And then test coverage is something we can add. We can make that an issue for people to contribute if they want. Whereas I think building out the templating and how that happens is probably something I should do. Whereas testing, I think that's easier for, like, a random person to reason about, because I don't have good docs for how to create the CLI part of things yet. I need to get those docs. But yeah, right now I think our big focus is getting the Python to work, bare minimum. So that's our next step. What are we drinking? It's whiskey, then I water it down, and then I put lemonade mix in it. It's pretty solid. We call it the CM Griffing Lemonade because the official name is gross. They call it a Lynchburg Lemonade. I fucking hate the name of that town. No offense to Mark Lynch if you're out there. You didn't get to pick your last name. Hold on, let me send a quick message to someone. All right, so let's get this going. And a low-carb beer? Okay. You know that Guinness actually has less carbs than most low-carb beers? No, it is true. Like, yeah, Guinness is actually like a low-carb beer. It's kind of interesting. You wouldn't think it because it's like, it's dark and it looks like a thick beer, but no. All right, so we've got this here. We've got test scheduler Pi. We will wait on doing... our test coverage. No, whiskey is not 0 carbs. Your body does parse alcohol into, like, calories, for sure. It's not fully parsed or processed, as most people think, but it does turn into fat, basically. I think someone convinced me to start up a World of Warcraft account. Again. So I might be doing that soon. Yeah. It's when it metabolizes that you really care about what's happening. But the full thing doesn't metabolize in the same way a lot of people think. All right, so here's the big part, right? We got this PHP section. We need to create a Python section. We need to update our type. Wait, we've got, it says 8 of these things. It's actually 7 of these things, but holy shit, man. We're just plugging away on this. We need to get, like, the fully realized proper version going. There we go. All right, that was a good reply tweet. Justine killed it with that tweet. Right? How to unsuccessfully get an ADHD person to do something, tell them to do it. Right? How to successfully get an ADHD person to do something, do it in front of them badly. And then Justine chimed in, this is how I've always avoided cooking rice, at DM Mulroy. To which I replied, yeah, you can just microwave it, right? Evil laughing gif. I think I nailed it. I'm pretty proud of that one. All right. Anyway, back to it. Yeah, we need to update our types. We did that. We got our templates. We need a transform function. Right? Technically, this function is broken. Oh. We know that group is a published group. Oh. Hold up. Something is massively wrong here. Huh. Okay, never mind. We just didn't even have it. All right, that should work. I know, right, Cinder? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's cold. Yeah, I just triggered a bunch of people. I didn't mean to do it. And that's why the evil laugh gif was there. It's like saying you can totally microwave spaghetti. Every single Italian just left chat. Let's try this. Something seems off. You signed up for OSS Hack too? Nice. Yeah, anyone that would like to actually contribute to what we're doing tomorrow. Yeah, if you want to contribute to like the branch and PR I'm going to make, you should probably sign up right now. Okay, so now we get that test to fail. Or not test, but we get this to fail because we need the Python. Boom. That one should work. Then next up, we see Ruby. We see the C#. We see the Python. All right, so tag string and keys string, those are not what we end up getting. Let's double check. Yep, these are the values that we end up receiving. Those are all typed within the Python. No. There we go. What time are we at? Okay. At 5, I need to throw my chicken into water to thaw it. I'm going to do some ramen tonight because it's a nice, quick, and easy cook. I can just throw it on, like, the skillet, sear the chicken, get it cooked all the way through, then slice it and throw it into, like, the ramen that I prep in, like, the microwave. I do a can of chicken stock. I do a healthy portion of miso. And I season the fuck out of it. Bim, bam, boom. Awesome broth. I'm not going to go through the effort of chives and fried onions and, you know, soft-boiled eggs. So it's lazy ramen, but it's still delicious. All right, so when we look at what we're doing here, we got our enums at the top. We're doing import enum, right? There's the enum from enum that we're doing. I think we still need to do, like, the string thing. But other than that, our template looks pretty good. As far as tags and keys go, I think this is actually false. Right? Let's look at some of the others. We need to parse the groups. And snake case is the way we do most of this. But we may end up having other cases we care about. Right, and this part ends up being that. Right, templates.python. That does exist, but it's probably not what we're looking for. And yeah, when we do parse group, let's look at it. So top level, name transformer, safe name transformer, and generic name transformer. So generic name transformer, that is .snake. We also need case.pascal, I think. So that is our transformer function. We need to figure out what our template starts to look like. Right now it's empty. It'll be something like how the PHP works. Right, we do an import enum. So I want to comment these. We want to make sure we get the disclaimer text out there. Itchy ear. You know, it happens. Let's pour another beverage. Ooh, I'm gonna need to get more water, though. And I should probably use the restroom. But yeah, the basic format that we're doing this would be class, feature type, enum. We could also just do from enum import the big enum. That'd be fine. But this entire bit for groups and the environments within the group, that's going to be trickier. Technically, within a class, we could establish nested classes. That's a thing for Python, but I'm thinking instead we'll have to name these somewhat separately. So yeah, we got to think about what our template here needs to do to make things usable, and then we need to actually like test the template to make sure that it's doing what we expect. And what's up, Sergeant Pepper? Yeah, my bad. I gotta use the restroom. Give me just a sec. I gotta go pee. I could probably throw the chicken into the water for thawing right now as well, because an hour and a half of thawing is probably better than just an hour of thawing, because if it's frozen in the middle, it's not going to cook right. So yeah, let me go do that. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to thaw some chicken. I'll be right back, and we need to hack out this template for the CLI tool of generating types and enums for consuming into Python code bases. So that's our main bit. That's what this CLI tool is specifically for. It's to save us from magic strings in our code base by generating enums dynamically from our remote feature flags. So that's the core thing that we're going to be doing. Let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry for the delay. Chicken's thawing, just need to pour some water. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I got me water now. And yeah, how's everyone doing? Anyone over on the YouTube? What you up to? Say hi. Right? Aziz did. It was like an hour ago. I said hello within a couple minutes of Aziz being there, so come on. He just didn't say anything back. Chilling, doing some DevOps stuff, drinking scotch. And Sergeant Pepper, I got a quick question. Are you EU like based? Or are you here in the US? I only ask because we saw some interesting jobs earlier for EU-based like SREs. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Sorry. I didn't want you to dox yourself too much. I just wanted to double check that part. So yeah, no worries. We saw some really interesting, like, EU SRE, kind of like DevOps-y roles. So, want to throw that out at you just in case, but yeah. No, I get it. You're not an SRE, but their role didn't require that much experience, I think. Right? It's for a software engineer role at Spacelift. That's the big one we saw. But it would involve at least a year's worth of Go experience and familiarity with, you know, Terraform, OpenTofu, technically. That's fine. No, I get you. Like, this is actually a software engineer role at a DevOps-focused company, which is why I think you're actually a good fit, but you're not in the right time zone. Anyone out there that is EU-based, check out Spacelift. Working on OpenTofu would be amazing, wouldn't it? I just think, like, really cool. Such a cool future. Oh, no. Oops, misclick. Okay, so if you're not a fan of it, then I don't know. But anyone that is EU-focused, this role looks amazing, man. Like, looks super good. I just love the idea of OpenTofu, which is just OpenTF, but they don't want to get sued. Pulumi was also hiring. Ooh, shit. Hold up. I did not even get a follow-up from Pulumi, but they are looking for people as well. Right? Languages and SDKs. Oh, I am looking for a job. Yes. The company I was working for had to do a reduction in workforce. Yeah, I'm a little sad I didn't get any Any follow-up from this role? Oh, it's fine, Userin. No, it is what it is, right? I got severance out of it. Like, I really liked the company I was at. I think they're positioned really well because VMware just got acquired and cut like a shitload of their workforce. And VMware actually maintained one of the major competitors to Fairwinds. So I think Fairwinds is positioned really well if they can sustain themselves through this storm. I think Fairwinds is actually like in a really good place if they can swoop up a bunch of customers that have zero faith in Broadcom operating VMware better, right? Which is going to be everybody because nobody trusts Broadcom to actually maintain a business they acquired. Broadcom is where acquisitions go to die. What kind of role am I looking for? You have a really close friend who's still at VMware? That's awesome. Yeah, they just cleaned house. The fact that they're still there means they're essential, which is good and bad. So yeah, that's cool. Some Spring folks got laid off too. Was Spring actually something owned by VMware? Wait, really? I didn't know that. But yeah, so Skiz. The main thing I think I'm looking for is some type of engineering role in which I could build in public. So SDKs, libraries, tooling, things like that, I think I would excel. I think I am positioned as a really good fit for SDK development, right? Like this exact role, but my resume probably doesn't speak to it. So I get it. I think I would have been a really good fit for this role. And I'd even go into the office every once in a while. Come on, man. That's got to be worth something. Because they're headquartered here in Seattle anyway. But yeah, so, like, this is exactly what I'm looking for. You're also in Seattle? I mean, I'll happily chat. If there's anything I'd be able to build in public, it's even higher on my list, but I'd still happily chat about it. Are you going to be at Seattle JS in a couple weeks? I think it's on the 13th. I'd happily chat more there if you want. Up to you. Depends on, like, you know, what role you actually need filled. If I don't think I'm a good fit, I'll be honest with you. For sure. My entire resume and career has been built around leading smaller front-end teams to build applications. Right? Past 2 jobs, I've been lead on the front-end team to make shit happen, you know? But if it's something that would cut into my stream time, it is lower on the list. Because I like streaming a lot. Okay. Yeah. If you want to chat more, there's LinkedIn, Twitch, Discord. I mean, Twitter is probably better than Twitch, actually. It's hard to, like, you know, see and surface and message within Twitch as a platform. Feel free to find me on LinkedIn. I think I have a link below. Yeah. Happy to just chat more. Yeah, so Discord, Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever you prefer. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, if there's like the idea of like even a hybrid DevRel / engineering role, ooh, I think that's like right up my alley. Because I'd love to give presentations about how we built your product, which lets other people know about it. Like, you know, things like that. I don't know what it is, so I'm not sure if that's relevant. But anything that incentivizes me giving presentations at meetups and talking at conferences and using it and building things around it here on stream, that skyrockets right to the top of my list. So yeah, happy to chat more. B2B SDK stuff. Yeah, okay, I'm in. Yeah, let's chat more. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Skiz. We actually have someone else we call Skiz as well. Their name is Playing with Scissors, and I just mispronounced their name as Skizzers. And then, like, it got shortened down to Skiz because I'm lazy. So that's actually kind of funny. Is that how your name kind of came about too? Like scissors based? That's actually really funny. All right. Yeah, I'll be at Seattle JS in a couple weeks, bare minimum. Right? I think it'd be nice to meet in person and chat about it. Xbox generated your name as Cheap Scissors? Speaking of, where is Playing with Skizzers right now? He's got a business he's trying to build up and launch, and I think he's been trying to, like, get his, like, sleep schedule in order, which doesn't lend itself to, like, the times that I stream at. No, he's reached out. He's around. I'm sure he even lurks every once in a while. But yeah, we'll see him again. He's here, like, I want to say once every, like, 2 months or so. He probably lurks more often than that. I do hope he's doing well, for sure. If anyone doesn't know, he's basically, like, the lead of our mods. Mods don't get paid, so being lead mod doesn't mean shit. But yeah, like, Playing with Skizzers. He's head mod. He'll happily give up that title, but I won't let him. Yeah, hold on. Let me check on this. Hey, yep, thank you. I will not dox you, but yeah, happy to chat more. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Skiz. All right, so you won't be in town during that time. I don't want to get too specific. Don't want to dox you. Happy to add you as a friend, I think, right? Yep. But yeah. I'm trying to think of, like, when a good day to meet would be. Let's chat over messages a bit more first. And we could even, like, schedule a call, like, some morning or something. I'm over in Redmond, so, like, heading, like, into Seattle. Well, shit, I might as well be there for the whole day, kind of thing. But I could try and, like, make that work with hanging out with some friends or something. Oh, former Microsoft. Nice. Yeah, I used to be in Woodinville, and I just wanted something that was, like, you know, populated enough. Access to the Burt Gilman Trail is, like, a big thing for me because I can just go out and walk or ride my bike or whatever. I like that. But yeah, I'm actually planning on moving to maybe, like, Leavenworth to cut my rent in half. So, we'll see. You know, it's up in the air. I like to snowboard a lot, too. Yeah, I used to work at Stevens Pass for, like, 10 years straight. As, like, a snowboard bum. Before I was a dev. From 18 to 28, I was a snowboard bum riding 200 days a year. It was amazing. Anyone out there willing to watch the video? Too bad, we're gonna watch it anyway. This is my sponsor me video from, like, 2006. I think End Some here is probably the good one. 17 years ago. It's even older? Oh, no. Come on, YouTube. Figure it out. There we go. Yeah, you can tell it's old due to, like, the 4:3, like, aspect ratio, right? Skate videos? Yeah. Yeah, I got friends that got pretty well into the skate scene, too. I'd like to start doing some more skating at some point. Just to, like, you know, not feel so old. But yeah, I used to spend my winters here in Washington, my summers down at Mount Hood. That's where, like, that, like, the summer, like, dirt in the background shots come from. So this was my sponsor me video, like, right when I first started getting free gear. I actually got better than this. Is there any good food in these skiing areas? So they typically end up using, like, Cisco or Food Services of America, like FSA. But using those, like, ingredients, you can still make good food. It's typically overpriced, though. It depends on the ski area. If you're going to Mammoth, yeah, you could probably get, like, a legit steak at Mammoth. You're not going to get that at Stevens Pass. They do a really good, like, club sandwich. It's also been a while since I've eaten up there, since, like, pre-COVID. I mean, the beer is definitely better when you're soaring cold. That's for sure. But yeah, so that was my sponsor me video from 2006-ish. From that video, I ended up getting free board, boots, and bindings. And at one point, free outerwear. And free energy drinks. Because back in the day, all you needed to do was, like, email a company. We got free wax and everything for the terrain park just from an email, you know? Yeah, it's kind of cool. So yeah, I ended up getting free gear. I never got a paycheck. But I'm happy with free gear. And damn, productivity for programmers. You're my 13th subscriber here on YouTube? Really? Huh. Damn, you've been subbed forever, man. Thank you. Or did you mean over on that snowboard video account? Oh, on Mathemagics. That one's, like, not even a thing. All, future, like, snowboard video stuff I do will be over on, Griffing and Chill. On YouTube. Which I have an account for. I barely released anything, but yeah, hold on. YouTube, Griffing, and Chill. Yeah, here you go. So if you want to see, like, a video I recorded last year, there's that, and I can paste it over for you on YouTube as well. So yeah, future, you know, snowboarding videos, like 360 cam stuff, will make it to that channel. The Mathemagics one, we're good. So you could be number 9. You could actually be earlier, man. You can get a lower number. Thank you. I appreciate that. Y'all are the best. Yeah, what up, Robotic Head, Mr. Sir? Yeah, if anyone likes Tool, I'd say check out this song. We're going to play it right now, because I think it's good. How do you like the music video I made for it? Right? I use that term loosely. I took a, like, slow motion video from, I think it was, like, Pix or, like, one of those sites. Hold on, it says in the description. Pixabay. I then looped it and cut it in a way that it seamlessly, like, loops. And then overlaid things in just the right way. To where hopefully it doesn't seem too repetitive as it loops, because I'm also, like, panning it from, like, the zoomed in stuff we did. I think I did an all right job. Alright, let's get back to what we're doing. I know, taking my sweet time, that's what we do here. But yeah, Robotic Head, you're down for gaming in like an hour or so? Let me just throw it out to Acorn as well. Yep. Yeah, we're at least like an hour away. I got chicken to thaw, man. I'm gonna make some ramen tonight. And what up, Fear Undefeated? How you doing? How'd you like the song so far? All right, we're gonna pause that. Close tabs to the right. There we go. Do we do one more from CM Griffing / Griffing and Chill? I think we do. We do one more. I want to make one of those, like, looped music videos for this one as well. Justin, other Chris. Yes, that is the name I make music under. I am just another Chris. Here's a link for everyone. All right, and we need to actually hack out this code. This is important. This is the main goal of the day, to get this chunk of code actually working. It depends on the band. Porcupine Tree has been some of like the only math rock I've enjoyed. Doesn't mean I won't enjoy other stuff, but I think Porcupine Tree is the only band I've liked from that genre that I'm conscious of, at least. Maybe they're not even like fully classified as math rock. I thought they were, but I don't know. I really like post-rock style stuff, like Russian Circles, and even like Explosions in the Sky has some good songs. I like when Tool does really cool time signature stuff. I think that counts, right? Right? Like the bridge to some of their songs on like I think the song Lateralis, right? Super good, right? I love a good polyrhythm, you know? Any of the stuff I have with singing on it is like way too close to like Death Cab for you, though. I'm gonna bet money on that. I'm gonna guess that you don't like Death Cab for Cutie. So I'm not going to subject anybody to that one. Unless chat requests it. But okay, let's keep hacking this out. So import enum, Death Cab for Cutie, you know, Ben Gibbard, the Bellingham Band. Right? The most famous band to come out of Bellingham. Modest Mouse is the most famous band to come out of Issaquah. I really like Death Cab. This Town Needs Guns? I don't know that band whatsoever. Well, shit. Hold on, Sergeant Pepper. Is my assessment accurate? Or am I wrong? Hold up. Hold up. Ooh, none of these are actually it. I know I have this song somewhere. This is not it. I'm going to play it for you anyway. I think my singing's terrible. Now, there's some other song for the Memories thing. I don't know where that song is. How do I not have Memories, like, saved somewhere special? Yeah, I need this somewhere, like, I can easily access it. I know I've played it here on stream. I don't know where it is now. All right, Windows, find this other song. I have sang better. Okay? Alright, my PC isn't finding it. Whatever, we'll move on. Let's do actual work. So we do want raw name to go through. We want name to go through. As far as syntax goes, yeah, this is going to be different. This is stir enum dot enum. TTNG. Oh, hold up. Here it is. One more for you. This is the Death Cab for Cutie song that I have. If you like Death Cab, you might like this one. If you don't like Death Cab, you're gonna hate it. Okay, this town needs guns. All right, I'll have to check it out. I really like the band that makes the song Never Fight a Man with a Perm. They're like really good modern punk. If you know them, you know them. If not, no big deal. From enum, import enum, we can get rid of this button. I want to see if that even works. We're going to do a replit for Python stuff, and I want to double check that functionality. So, Postal Service fan, Sergeant Pepper, how do you feel about this song? Hating it is entirely valuable as long as you spare my feelings a little bit and phrase it nicely. I get it if you hate it. It's fine. Just please be nice. Oh. Ooh, are nested enums a thing? They are not. Interesting. We're looking at the right way. And yeah, no worries, Sergeant Pepper and Skiz. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, awesome. Glad you liked it. That was music I made like 10 plus years ago. I'd like to make new music at some point. Do we think a Love Shack Weird Al style parody is in order for OS Shack? I think so. But yeah, not today. Like, come on. So instead, yeah, let me get more music going. Hope y'all enjoyed that. Like, yeah. Whenever I play my own music on stream, I hope you guys know that's like bearing a bit of my soul. If you hate it, I'd still actually like to know you hate it. But yeah, sharing my own music, a little bit rough. All right, let me try one more thing that I want to verify. Interesting. So evaluating enums in Python is not as straightforward as I kind of expected it to be. I wonder if we have bugs based on that. What's up, ThinkBot Labs? How are you doing? Yeah, cheers. The way we are understanding these enums is a little tricky, actually. How you doing, Coffee and Coding? I can't hear Acorn talking right now. I would love to build out the feature flag tool that solves their feature flagging problems as well. That would be huge. That'd be amazing. But yeah, drinking coffee, living the dream. Sounds good. Hell yeah. The way we're doing enums here... we could do nested enums, and they would work the same as Python enums in general. Oh no, you're right. The music is loud. I turned it up. Yeah, my bad. Good catch. Thank you. Good call, Raimu. Raimu, thank you. Are you going to be doing Advent of Code? We had people asking. I recommended you specifically as a stream that tends to do Advent of Code, especially at like a competitive level. Yeah, you're totally right. I had the audio turned way up. That was my bad. Couldn't yesterday, hoping to catch up. All right. So yeah, I know we had people looking for, hey, where's the Advent of Code at? Well, yeah, Raimu here totally does it. What are you hoping to start? I believe Raimu has been on the leaderboard before. I think it'll be tough these days, but yeah. This is not a Santa hat right now. I actually do have some, like, Christmas hats. This is not a Santa hat. This is just the one I got. It's just red. Okay, so probably not getting on the leaderboard. Still fun to try, though. And Raimu does still tend to stream that content when it does go live, which is in, like, a few hours, right? Right? You tend to go live and do it as, like, the new problems, like, show up, right? So are you streaming tonight, Raimu? Three hours and change. Yeah, I'm not going that late. So if you want to watch Raimu, make sure that you follow Raimu right now, and you'll know when he goes live. I got like another hour in me max. They have asked people not to use AI to do their work. I don't think they have any way of policing that stuff, though. Yeah, I've heard they've asked people not to. Yeah, of course, people will because they want to be in the list. Right? There's people without ethics in the world. It's a bummer. Right? We just saw a terrible human being catfishing as a woman just to get, like, more speakers at their conference. There are so many devs out there in the world that lack ethics. So it's really tough to police that. Yeah, you're cheating yourself if you're using AI. I think that's the bigger part. Yeah, leaderboard is more for speed coders. Like, the inference from ChatGPT would take too much of your time. Whereas, like, people who are really good at leak code could solve that problem real easy. I get it, Sergeant Pepper, right? Yeah, the whole point of Advent of Code is to challenge yourself, right? Not just to solve the problems. I get that too. As a person that doesn't do any of Advent of Code, I'll take y'all's word for it. It's not something I choose to do because I tend to have problems I need solved that aren't leak code or Advent of Code. I got shit I want to do, man. All right, so here's the big thing. I want to try and solve what we're doing in a cool nested way. I think we could actually nest classes as we see fit and call it good. There you go, Mr. Steezy McSteez. Yeah, like, that's a problem that OpenAI and ChatGPT cannot help you with. Now, I believe CM Griffin GPT could help you with that one, but it would be prohibitively expensive. It would involve a plane flight and the pouring of whiskey. Like, you know, it's a lot of effort. A whole line of CM Griffin role-playing games. Yeah, damn right. Quest rewards are whiskeys, not gold. Yeah, right? Like, so many RPG games are caught up on gold being the currency of the world. But really, whiskey is a finite, expendable resource. Gold is persistent. Wink. Yeah, that was a double wink. That way you know it's good. All right. Am I actually getting anything done right now? Yeah, you were just thinking that too. This is a public thing. I don't think listening to it is doing any harm.
Is going to change, and if you have any client components that are already running that have state that have event listeners, those will stay there. They'll just receive new props if they were receiving props from the server components. And again, if they receive the same props,
hold on, how do I get to these comments? Here we go.
Different props, or you could have slightly different HTML. And the fragmentation that happens automatically on the server.
I think this is valuable. It is publicly accessible content, so I don't think there's any problem with restreaming it.
Because what I'm picturing from a back-end perspective is something like something like somebody's passing me a URL. It's almost the equivalent. There's with query parameters. Some things have happened from the front end. A form structure of some sort has been built. People have put in, like a human has put in some input and chosen some things. And in a traditional like MPA, you'd have like, In the old school, you'd just submit the form and you'd get an updated URL with a bunch of query parameters, etc. So it's kind of like that. But what you're doing is running through the virtual DOM in the client. You're picking out the components which have been changed specifically, passing those components to the back end, kind of like as if you're passing a very specific set of query parameters.
Not quite.
Telling.
This might fuck your brain up specifically.
Okay.
This
Okay.
works with JavaScript off.
Okay. You're gonna need to help me through that.
Cool. So what Dev just described is like fun details of how it behaves for people who are nerdy about frameworks. Literally erase everything he just said from your brain. How familiar are you with GraphQL?
Somewhat.
You know, like GraphQL's thing is it's one endpoint, but it's also kind of all endpoints, and you define how it works by like defining a query that you then hit the endpoint with. But it's
right.
Like GraphQL is the permutation of all of the endpoints you could theoretically need.
Right, as opposed to REST APIs, which tend to be more narrow queries that are more specific to specific things.
Exactly. Most server-side rendering frameworks up until this point have been very, very RESTy, where you define each route and you define exactly what it does and what it returns. That all follows so far, right?
Yep, so far so good.
The thing that server components do different is they effectively generate a different API every time you fetch. So every time you go to like a page that's served by server components, it's running the JavaScript code based on the inputs you've given, based on Next's routing paradigms and whatever, to generate a server component mapping, which is the like same way you render like a DOM element and like have the tree structure. It's creating a map on the server of all of the things that can exist on this route. And then based on what you did, it will do the right thing. So if you have 3 forms on this page that all use server actions, when you create the page and when you create this like magical API endpoint backend thing, it will embed a unique ID in each form on the page. So if you submit the form without JavaScript running, it has that ID. So when you hit the endpoint on the server, which is the same endpoint the page was loaded from, you're just posting on it, it runs through that virtual map that it made on the server to find the element with the ID that you had embedded so that it can process the form data and give you a response.
Okay, I see. So you're generating, based on what's going on in the client with your virtual DOM, you're generating specific paths
I have questions.
to actions that need to happen on the back end. And then you're submitting those paths and saying, what is the action that you...
Nope. It's way simpler than this. Drop the thought of the virtual DOM entirely from your head. So
Okay.
I'll make up this theoretical example. You have a HTML tag, like as your root, and it has form A and form B. Both of those have an action in them that are running server code. So you have server action A and server action B.
Yeah.
When I go to this page on my device, we'll say it's like /forms on my website. So I go to /forms. That's a GET request to this server and this React server.
Oop.
The server side mapping of all of the things that route has. The same way you would use like fragments in something else to render templates. The same way you'd use components in traditional React. It is doing a component-like thing where it creates this like tree of all of the stuff you have rendered. Rendering can also now include an action, which is a server behavior. So now we have the HTML the user gets as the HTML tag. It has both forms. One of them has a hidden ID in it as like a hidden field, like an actual input type hidden with that ID A, and the other has the same thing with the ID B. So when I submit the form, just on client side the way you would any old day, it's including in the form data that hidden ID, which is used on the server, which again, this is the unintuitive part. When you post to an endpoint in server components, the server still renders the components because that's how it knows what to do with the post.
Right.
So instead of the client having to know what the path is and where it's sending it, the client just has this stupid ID it can't do anything with. And then the server has to re-render everything to figure out where that ID is.
Right. And so that's the benefit of running the server components like that's the benefit of bridging the gap between that front end and then the server components in the back end, where you can specify what's going on the front end. Say I'm doing this thing, take appropriate steps to render whatever subsequent component need or update needs to happen, and the two run basically off of React, with the added benefit of you get to tell the back end what to do along with your React.
Yes, but start from the back end. The thing that's really different with server components is it's entirely like the
I
back
have a
end
comment I
stuff.
need to make.
The client side stuff is still the earliest in it. Like, you have to leave the server component model a bit if you want a loading state. Like, everything I just described has zero JavaScript on client. You can turn off JavaScript and everything I just described still works. That's the core of server components, because it's the server runs the components in order to figure out what behaviors to give the client access to via post requests and via the HTML. But like, server components are how get and post work with your routing. In the same way that like GraphQL made post work for all your data fetching, server components make post work for all of your actions and get work for all of your HTML.
Okay, and so that means that any dependency, let's say, I don't think this is the right word, but any dependency chain where in order to um, run,
I have a very important question to ask.
Component based on for a server component based on a request, if you need to run some action on the back end in order to say like retrieve data or iterate through it or something, any up the tree dependencies to get you to that point, if they're required to get you to that piece of data, they will also run, because it is essentially just an entire back end call at that point.
Yes. So like, you can actually have some really big performance issues with this too. Like, if you have first you have an off check that takes a little bit.
I don't want to
the
interrupt.
user can even render this page or not. Then you have a database call to get like all of their friends, and then you have a database call after that to check like how long have they been friends with you or not. And then if they've been friends with you for long enough, then you give them a button where like you can make somebody who's been friends with you for 30 days a best friend. When they click that button, now it has to run all of those same queries again just to get to the action to then do the thing.
Yeah, okay. Which is not really a problem you avoid anyways, almost no matter how you would approach it. I don't think there's a true way around that unless you design around it.
And this is why they had the overriding effect where they would cache everything like pretty aggressively by default. So when it does those three recursive like database calls, or not recursive, like those three like blocking database calls,
I have a very
chance
important
that
question.
the value that the database call is making is already cached.
Right. Okay, I see another speaker up. All I'm gonna say, and then I'll step away. I just wanted to ask and get into it because it's really interesting to me. All I'll say is, from my perspective, I suspect that it might be tougher to properly demonstrate what's going on in a way that connects with anybody on the front end all the way to anybody on the back end, without perhaps a somewhat more complicated example and the duality of here's how you would do it in MPA land and here's how you would do it in React server component land. That might be what's required, because there's such built-in bias, practices that have been here for a long time, including like myself, having to listen to you and be like, okay, I have to forget about this, I have to forget about that. I don't think it's as easy as just explaining it. I hope that makes sense.
It's not like the reason I bring it up here isn't necessarily to test it on people who aren't familiar. It's to see if the people who are familiar already think this reasonably summarizes the parts enough for me to go then figure out how to like diagram it and show code and explain it on like a deeper level. But this is like I'm testing my new like higher level framing of how I explain things right now, and I'm very curious to see how we end up feeling about it. I think that this idea of like the server creating like a treasure map of where everything exists to do, and that's not just like which components render, that's which endpoints exist, which posts you can do. The same way that like a GraphQL endpoint has different behavior entirely based on your input, a server or a post to an endpoint in Next has entirely different behavior based on which components you rendered.
Yeah, it's a little tricky because there's definitely some areas where you can show a parallel or a similarism in
I
how
really appreciate
things
that.
run
Thank you.
traditionally
I
and
forgot I
how
was
things
muted
run
there.
in
So
react
yeah, thank you so
components.
much for the bits.
And then
Holy
you would
shit,
have to
Goop.
also
Thank you
show
so much, dude. That's
vast
huge.
divergence between the two as
I
well.
want to
So
I want to comment on this because I have questions
anyways,
for Theo.
that's all. If you want some help with that, let me know. I'd be happy to review anything, but I'll let somebody else go now.
Wait, Theo, are you saying that to get to the server action, Next.js has to run the server component as well that's wrapping it?
If the server action is defined in the component, yes.
Okay, I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
thought
this is why I think your diagrams don't represent what I'm saying. This is the core point that I'm trying to make. Everything is based on the components. That's the magic of server components. It's componentizing your server's architecture and infrastructure. Every post runs through your components to figure out which action to use.
Okay, that's very interesting. I had no idea that was the case. I honestly like I wanted like I had an I
I'm
I
biding my time
I
on
think
my
I tweeted
comment.
about this that this is actually a good way to, or I thought it was a good way to have actions without like closures,
Yes, Sam is here
serialization,
for this.
things
That is
like that.
so convenient. Sam, can you come up and talk? I think I figured out how to explain server components finally. No pressure if you're busy or have real obligations, but I would love to chat with you, Sam. Also, Chris, what's good?
Hey, how's it going? So I have a question specifically for you, Theo. Right, when you're sending a form via post, like post data or form data, technically that is different from like the JSON you might be sending from a standard React form. Is there anything built into Next.js currently that actually rationalizes those two things together, or is that something that Remix still has an edge on?
So I would argue Remix is actually doing more weird stuff in a lot of ways. Like the way that forms work in React is either you have a form and it has submit, and then you've just hijacked all of the behavior and put it inside of a fetch request instead, which is what most people do, to be fair, in React. Or you just render a form with React and then you let the browser do its thing. Server components are the first time letting the browser do its thing in React doesn't put you in really weird states all the time. Previously, that would have put you in weird navigation states, like you would have lost your input focus, you would have lost any like use state calls you had in the browser, because it would have been loading a new HTML page with new content. The server component model means if you haven't loaded client JavaScript, which means you don't have any use client calls, then the server will just do the server thing, which is like when you submit a form, it just posts the endpoint that you're currently on.
Okay, so I get that. So basically, your server actions need to handle only form data, and then your
Yes.
client side logic needs to make sure it's sending form data every time.
Exactly. So the other key here is it's not client logic. You're just writing a form and then letting React figure the rest out for you. If you want to have logic in it, that's a separate like choice that you make. And at that point, okay, this is where I have a video where I kind of talk about this. There's a second behavior for server actions. By default, they're just server data, and you just put them in a form and it does all this. But you can also separately kind of treat them like an RPC, import them into like a client component the way you would with something like tRPC, and just call it that way. So you have that option. But when I'm trying to explain like how this stuff works at its core, I tend to avoid that part because it adds to the confusion, and I really want to focus on this idea of how server actions are part of this virtual DOM on the server.
Okay, are there libraries that help you write forms that work that way yet? Or like, like Formic doesn't do it that way. Formic does like a standard like JSON post request, right?
As soon as you want the form to have anything pleasant, like feedback if the input type is bad and stuff like that, nothing's doing that yet. Hand-stacked forms is very, very close to ready. I've seen a lot of very compelling demos that will handle a lot of this stuff, where you can give it a validator, like a Zod validator. It'll give you the feedback on the client side with good JavaScript, but it'll also handle everything on the server the way you expect to. Okay, the
But just
libraries are going to need some
confirming
work.
that on the client, it's still like once you run the JavaScript, even if you passed an action directly into the form, React is still going to hijack and add extra logic on top of that. Just confirming that's still going to be the case, right? It's just something you're not
If you have
describing.
JavaScript running, yes, but not necessarily. Like, you can turn off JavaScript in the browser, and if you're using a server action in a form, it will post to the endpoint
Right,
you're currently on and handle everything correctly at a browser level. It'll just redirect you or reload the page or whatever the server says as the response. But if you're doing this with React JavaScript code running, it is smart enough to hijack that, do a post, and then give you all the same behaviors, but without having to reload the whole page. But it's almost working kind of like TurboLink does, where if it's available, then it will just update the HTML accordingly. If it isn't available, then it will like blast out the whole page.
Right. So you're focusing on the progressive enhancement without saying those words.
Yeah, so I'm focusing on the progressive enhancement, but I'm skipping the enhancement part. I'm just talking about the server side stuff. I don't bring React, the JavaScript framework, in until very late into this framing.
I think the key though is having a pluggable like form library for your JavaScript like React code to actually make sure that it's still sending proper form data instead of hijacking things and sending a post request out, right?
Like the hijack isn't so much about making sure the form data is formed correctly. Like, it's not going to change any of those characteristics. It's less about what it sends and more about what it gets back. Where React can parse the response and decide what to do from there. Does it change the page you're on? Does it fetch additional HTML to then re-render parts of the page? Or does it fully refresh? Because if you don't have React or JavaScript there to hijack that request, it's just going to re-render the new HTML it gets back from the server. Whereas if you have React hijack it, it can make a better decision about what to do after it gets the response. But the request it sends should be identical in both cases.
And
Okay,
use client
that makes
components for
Sorry.
loading spinners.
Yep.
I was also just going to say that the headless UI libraries like Radix and ARIA components and headless UI all render form elements now. So you could get a slider from Radix. I have this actually. I was working on it this week, and it had framer motion to make it animate kind of like the volume bar in iOS, where you hover it, it grows.
I'm not positive about that, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's handling like the JSON versus the form data post body.
Type range with the value updated, which is nice because you can use it in any of these. You can use it in Remix, or you can use it in Next with server components and server actions. And so I think before we were making AJAX requests with JSON, and now Remix and Next with server actions, and I think more React frameworks are all going to be using. Basically, form data is now like the way we're just using as a protocol, as a way to send data, because that's how the browsers do it already. So we can piggyback off of that. We already have to serialize and deserialize. So if you have JSON in your React SPA and you're making an API request and that's typed and it has all this information, well, it's getting serialized anyway. So whatever your API endpoint was doing on the server already had to validate it at runtime with something like Zod to get it back into typed data structure on the server. That was already happening. Now it's just like everyone's standardizing on the form data interface because A, it works without JavaScript. So if you were to submit that form before, like Theo was saying, that the React app is actually like running on the client, it'll still work because browsers know how to already do that.
Thank you, Hector.
And B, form data basically contains everything you'd want to put in a form. It has files, it supports strings, and all. It's just like a standard way to transport that data. So it doesn't change anything about the fact. It shouldn't change. The mental model, at least for me, is like you can still add any client-side interactivity, use something like a form library to help you abstract and reduce duplication and add select drop-downs with Radix and all that stuff. But ideally, that stuff still outputs HTML input tags to your form so that when you submit, either with client JavaScript running so that it hijacks it, turns it into an AJAX request, that's what Remix does, that's what Server Actions does, or you just click submit and the browser does the native behavior, it's all still working the same way.
So I think my biggest question was just simply to like make sure, like, is there something extra I need to add to my server endpoints, like via Next or other tools? Or is this handled for me under the hood of like rationalizing possibly a JSON request into a form body or a form data?
Turn over with the rationalization, like you will never have to think about any of this because it is just using form data in all cases, and the form data always has the contents of the form. It's like all of this only works if you're using a native HTML form with native HTML inputs. Those inputs can come from a React component, they can come from a library, but it has to have a real input and it has to have a real value in it. The thing that doesn't work with this is like managing all of the form values in use state, and then you write a custom on submit for when the button gets clicked and you manually post the shit yourself. Like, none of that uses the browser standards. None of that is what we're talking about here.
Are there libraries to help make that easier for like a random button click?
So like it on submit on a button click. No, because that's what the browser does. So the library is button type equals submit. That's your library.
So hold on. When we think about like a dashboard application, this is actually where Remix falls down, because in a dashboard application, you'll have dozens of interactions per page, and wiring up that form, right? Maybe that's where like React Server Components help, because you can make that form native to the button, right? Okay, sorry.
So the magic piece with server actions, this is actually the example that Sebastian gave me when I was pushing back on server actions being inlineable, was let's say you have a delete button in your dashboard and you don't want to have to pass an ID to a delete function just to have that delete button work in a row. With server actions, you could, in the component, in the delete component, if that's a server component, that component has props passed to it that has the like row ID in it. If you write a server action in that component, so you write like a function, you put useServer inside of that function, inside of this component, in a server component, and that does the delete. Now you do form action equals that action that you just defined in line there. Button X type equals submit. Now when you click that, the way React works is it's going to re-render the app on the server, because it's going to receive a post with an ID that was embedded into that form that is unique to that endpoint, that's unique to that form with those props in that component. It will traverse that DOM tree when it re-renders it on the server. It's not really a DOM, it's a component tree of like the functions that you've defined. It gets to the one with the correct properties and the correct ID. It sees the action that you defined in there, and it runs that. But you're defining the endpoint in the component. So each component gets its own endpoint, and as long as that component would re-render if you refresh, that action will work when you click.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, and it makes sense why like Remix is saying that they're adopting server actions, because it solves like a major dashboard problem they've had for ages.
Yeah, you're never gonna have to write the giant switch statement in a use action. That's like the thing I think Remix is so cursed for. That and your data is non-deterministic. Those two problems make Remix like a really weird framework at scale. Server components solve that by making everything about components.
Okay.
You can also pass a server action to a button on a click.
Yeah, you can do that too, but I avoid that part when I'm trying to explain the new model, and then I point out, oh, by the way, if you just import this into a client component, you can treat this the same way you would treat like a TRPC call, where it's just like making a fetch request for you.
I mean, that's what's happening in server components too.
Not with a form action. A traditional form action just posts to the same URL.
Yeah, but it's a client. It's a browse. It's a AJAX request. It's doing the same thing Remix does today, which is piggybacking off the browser behavior, but because the React app is running, it prevents the default behavior, grabs the form data, and then if you look in the HTML, you'll see the hidden API endpoint that it's making a fetch request to.
Specifically, I'm saying that this won't work for an on-click, because an on-click is JavaScript, and once you're doing this in like client-side JavaScript, you're now calling it like a fetch function directly almost.
On-click doesn't work in server components because yes, on-click is only prop and available in client components.
And what I'm saying is, at that point, once you have bound, or once you're calling a server action in the context of the JavaScript on the client side, you are now talking about it in a way that's different enough that I try to distinguish it.
I don't think it's different at all.
Yeah, so the mechanism
you control the inputs.
Oh, we just heard like the snort out the nose faster than normal. Ooh. Okay.
Props that the component received could be accessed in an action. You can still that action can still be passed as a prop and used inside the on-click. Right.
Yeah, the other thing, maybe if I were teaching this, one thing I would do is I wouldn't even because let's say someone has a button that deletes a user by ID, and so they do a map, like you were saying, you map over the users, you render a button, and then on each one of those you have, normally in an SPA, you would have a form on submit, prevent default, or a button on click, let's say button on click. And then you just make a fetch request to /users delete, and then you pass in like a JSON object with ID of the user ID that you're mapping over. You could use the server action for that and do exactly all the same stuff. So form data is about a standard. It's the argument that gets passed from action or form action, and that's come to React, and that's so that you can do these things in server components if you don't want to jump to client land at all. But it's the same thing happening. So you could just pass an anonymous function, call your delete user function, which is now just talking directly to Prisma, so there's no API route, and you can pass in the ID from the map, from the list that you're mapping over, and it gets closed over as an argument, and you can do that in a client component with a server action, just like you would be able to with onClick equals anonymous function and then call fetch.
Okay, that's fair. I think in that purpose specifically, like once
I think that might be
captured.
the best way to talk about it at the beginning, because form data is kind of a separate part, and you can ignore it the same way you can ignore the event argument in onClick today.
So I want to go back to like the framing I was starting with, because you joined very late. Like I would have fully agreed with you like 6 hours ago, but I had a brain blast like alternative method of describing server components that I was trying.
I'm ready.
I'll TLDR as reasonably as I can. So the same way React has a virtual DOM that defines this relationship between specific elements on like the HTML DOM in the browser and the JavaScript code that controls it and updates it. And every component can return HTML or components that then could or might not return HTML. But that component model is this virtual map from the JavaScript to the DOM. All fair so far?
Yep, follow along. Everything in a component tree ends up being basically JSX elements that are at the browser level, so divs and tags and Ps, but what you're left with is just a tree of those elements.
Yeah, but specifically the server, like the components in your virtual DOM, you can have 10 components that all mount each other that then ends with just one div.
Right.
Those are all just steps to get to that div. It is a map, basically. Like the virtual DOM maps out from the top, how do we get to every element on this page?
Right. The virtual DOM is a tree of JSX elements, and then React it looks at the tree, and then it applies the imperative steps like inner HTML create element to get the DOM tree to match the React tree. And the React tree comes from running your components, and then we don't think about anything after that as React developers, because React updates the DOM for us to match that tree. Yeah.
Server components are the same way virtual DOM and React maps this virtual JavaScript like mapping of like that tree.
I still have a question I think Theo
what HTML should exist and what
might have an answer for. I'm curious about it.
Server components and server actions map
So,
out an
right,
API
we're almost done with
server behavior
like listening here. I
and
think
how
we've
that
gained a lot from
impacts
doing
the
so.
HTML interface.
I really appreciate Jacob MG for holding this.
The core piece, and this is what like broke Dev's brain a bit, because Dev didn't. I think a lot of people don't realize that when you run an action in like an inlined button, that in order, like when you run that action, the server actually re-renders all the components to get to that action.
Yeah, no, I thought they were
in order
doing
to define
closure serialization like Quick or something.
Wait, what do you mean the server re-renders to get to the action?
I have to pee.
I don't think that's true. I think it.
I am very sure, but I've been meaning to do this very simple test. I'm going to go do it quick. I'm going to have a form that only renders if I have a text file that has the content true in it. I'm going to render it, and then I'm going to swap the content to false and see if the button posts. My assumption from everything I've understood and read is that in order to get to that post, it has to run through the the tree again to get to that component, to then pass it the props to then like render it. And the reason that it has to enclose things is if it's in like an array or something, it doesn't know which element in the list it is, especially if you've like posted a new like a new thing, like you've added like you have a list of items and you add a new item and you delete the first item, that wouldn't work. But if you run the delete function on the item that has these properties, it can get to that point in the tree, pass those props to the component, and then do the right thing.
I think the props are embedded inside of the document, like
Inside the form,
HTML.
right?
So yeah.
Yeah.
So if your server action closes over something, let's say you're looping over a list of users, and then you do, form action, and then you do anonymous function, and then you call delete user, passing in the ID from the loop. So the server action is closing over the variable from the loop, and then you view source. You look in the inspector at what is in the active DOM of your browser. It's going to have that ID argument for each one of those list items.
Yeah, and that's used in order to render the component to then pass the right things to the server action.
Exactly.
It's not magically instantiating the server action. It has to get to the component first. But the reason those things are enclosed is so it knows what component and what the state of that component is. But in order for any of it to matter, it has to know what the component is, which means it has to re-render to that point.
It renders it, which is what gets the argument serialized into the form. But then when you click the button is just making a fetch request using that data that's already in the client as an argument.
If I define a server action in a component and I put a console log, the line above I define that server action, is that console log going to run when I post?
No.
I don't think so.
That's my understanding.
It absolutely fucking will. If my understanding of this is correct, I'm testing it right now. Give me a second.
So, okay, yeah. So my understanding was that it's very aligned with Sam. It's like if you have a loop that goes over all your to-dos and you have a delete to-do button that's inside a form, if you have that server action just like listen to that or like look at that to-do closure or that prop that the component receives,
I might have to go pee.
The compiler will actually like create a hidden input inside the form that will have the value of that will have that to-do ID. So
that's how it gets the close.
Your SSR comment, Lightspeed, I think we can respond to. I don't think it's related to this yet. So we can chat here in a second. I have to pee so bad.
Now, if your action
damn this bladder.
Path or revalidate tag and next, that will cause the tree to re-render.
Yeah, but that's after the action.
But that's after the action, exactly. So this would be the test, right? Put a console log executing component in the body, and then in the server action after you write use server, put a console log that says running server action. And I would expect to see executing component happen first when you first request the page. When you click the button, I would expect to see executing server action. And then if there's no revalidate, I wouldn't expect the server to see rendering the function again. But if there was a revalidate, I would expect to see it after you execute the action.
Yeah, at build time, they like physically move the code of the code that is in all the actions. They move it up, and they like create post endpoints for each of them separately.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a build time. Well, I guess they have to route it to the actions.
Yeah, they have to move it up because like if the code is physically inside a component, then you actually have to run the component. But to be able to get to that action without running the component.
They extract it and put it inside the server code that's running. Yep, you're right. And it's not going to be run. That code, everything that comes after the use server directive does not end up in the client at all. Because that only ever runs on the server in the same way that server components, the body of the server component never ends up on the client either.
Yeah, and the other part to like kind of understand about use server is that every time you say use server, you're basically like app.post or router.post. You're creating a new post endpoint that like when you call the action or when it's in the form, that's the post endpoint that the form is going to hit.
Right.
That's like when I see a use server, I basically like in my head I replace it as like app.post, creating a post endpoint.
Well, right. You're saying from the express where you're saying app.post creating.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. yes, it's public. Server actions that now I don't know if the ones that are like tree shaken aren't, but yes, they're all exposed to the public. In the same way,
Yeah.
in the same exact way that any controller method in a Rails app or a PHP app is exposed to the public. And so even if you only interact with it in your own code from submitting a form from your own template, you still need to secure it because anybody, once it's on the public internet, once you're serving it, um, anyone can make a request to any of those endpoints in your controllers and Rails or any PHP controller. It's the same idea, but it's easier to just make them willy nilly. So
Exactly. Yeah.
that's some of the security concerns that Sebastian was talking about. But yeah,
Yeah, I actually ran into a couple of these because I was actually like defining my actions inside my component, but then like when I was passing it into into like any components or forms, I needed to use my user ID, and then I immediately recognized that if the user ID is coming from
the client,
my
it's
auth
not
check,
secure.
that's yeah, it's not
Yep.
secure because I'm actually passing the user
Yep.
ID into the form.
Yep.
So I actually like, even if it's inlined, I need to do the same auth check under the U server again, and that it doesn't kind of quite ergonomically fit in.
Exactly. It's going to look a lot like, any
I
normal
have a
If that's
developer
the
experience
like if
question.
that's the DX, I would honestly prefer if React just runs the component again, because that means these kind of auth issues won't happen.
Well, it would still be insecure. Uh, you're saying yes, but it's not rendering though. It's handling the action. So it's Ryan.
Right,
My
but
my
like my server component has the auth check. So if an action
right,
defined inside a server
right,
component
right,
is called,
right,
it's going to run the component like the way
right.
that Theo described it.
Right,
But
but
I still have
but
to do
server actions could be in a separate module, right? And they don't
exactly,
need.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. So I think that's like a foot gun. I think frameworks could help with that sort of thing, or you could make a function that's like get current user ID or something, and that thing is a server. Um, Basically, the closures thing. It's interesting, right? Because the reason you did this is because of a closure. You probably had the current user ID in the body, and you closed over it when you defined this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, the server action, and the closures are what enable like a really nice DX in the way that I had this idea for a demo that I think shows off like the elegance of the model really well. Because if you make a to-do app, like a simple to-do app with React State, like everyone who's been using React could do that,
I gotta pee
and
so bad.
it's really easy, relatively speaking. Use state, you set state when you click a button to like done or not done, and the way you do that is you map over the list of to-dos, right? To-dos is some state, it's an array of objects. You map over them on click. You can like set toggle to opposite of toggle for the ID, and then you can basically replace all that with server actions, and the DX, the component is going to look
I might
exactly
have
the
to
same.
go
You don't have
pee
to make
real
any
quick
component boundaries. You don't have to make
while
any
they chat a
component,
bit.
and that's because
I
of
gotta do
closure.
it. I gotta do it so bad.
But there's
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
had
do
a
this.
to-do app like that
Oh,
for
I gotta
like
pee so
20
bad.
minutes, and it was like
Oh,
like
you know
I had
what?
the UI for it, like the Tailwind stuff, but
yeah,
like adding all the JavaScript logic, it legit took like 20 or so minutes, and was talking to a Prisma database and everything, and it was like,
amazing.
yeah,
That's awesome. But this is the foot gun with that, because what comes with the closures, support for closures, which is what that's the benefit. The cost is it's very easy to do exactly what you described. And when my buddy Ryan was first playing with this, he had like a is admin check, and he realized exactly the same thing. Is admin was being embedded in the client side bundle, like in the route for the client. So it's coming from the browser, so it's not trusted. So he's like, oh yeah, is admin is true, because at the time the server component rendered, that's what it was. But the client's making a new request because they're submitting a form. So this is like, HTTP is stateless. It doesn't know that. And so you're making a brand new request, and I'm just saying, oh, tell me what is admin, is it true or false? And the browser's just doing that. So of course someone could just swap it. They could
yeah,
just so that's not secure. So you have to make sure you fetch the sensitive stuff inside of the action. I think some of the taint API stuff, where you can say like, make sure I don't ever send this over to the client, would be a good thing to do here. So if you're using Prisma, you could taint. I really wish there was another word, but you could taint the user model, um, and say for current user or something like that, you never allow it to go to the client. So you would do that once, and if anybody ever tried to do,
All right, what did I miss? Anyone got anything good?
You're like, oh, I need to update the role from A to B. Passing a user ID. I'm just closing over it to render this component.
Oh, that P was so good.
And it would warn you and say, you are passing in a tainted value from the client.
I was leaking from the fire hose.
You need to fetch it again in the action, So I think that'll help, and I think frameworks like Next hopefully will guide us here, because that is the biggest foot gun. But I still think I think it's better to have the support for closures and then let tools like Next layer on more opinions to add friction for stuff like that, but to have the React APIs themselves be more general, because it's really cool. Like what you were saying, when you do the thing with the to-dos, it's really cool.
Yeah, but even on top of that, the reason this
I have a developer experience question that none of this stuff is touched. So I think I'm good. I think I got this.
Can expire, like they expire every 60 seconds or so, and the client has to keep it refreshed to enable like like you can be logged out remotely. So basically, like if any sensitive or like auth related value is serialized in, it basically could be invalid after less than 60 seconds, which means like we cannot even like anything that you get out of a clerk auth check has to be basically fresh. Like we cannot assume that like you could be on a page for a couple like 5 minutes and then click a button.
Right, and the client wouldn't. So you'd probably want some client side, like a hook or a client side component at that point that refreshes the token.
We would need to do that auth check on the server action. Like every time we have a use server, we need to make sure that like who this user is, like the user ID is correct, their role is correct, the permissions that they have is correct. Like freshly get it out of the token on the server. Like
but that's
that.
always true, right? I mean, that's kind of what we're saying. Like,
But that can
security teams are always employed. Come on, Mr. CC McSteez. Try not to be a jerk about it.
Yeah.
Think about your statement before you make it. Does it feel like you're punching down? If it does, maybe don't make it.
And while the client refreshes the token, but like the server, like we need to be checking in every action. We cannot just check in the server component and then.
No, it still sounds a bit like punching down. You're just trying to frame it with your experience, and that's a straw man for sure. Right? That's an appeal to authority or something, right? Like that is logical fallacies upon logical fallacies. Come on, man. No, it still sounds like you're punching down, but you have an excuse that you think is actually valid. I don't think it is.
Like, how does Firebase do this? I'm pretty sure, if you try to do something and I make a request and my token's valid, then
So
good.
the refresh
valid,
mechanism I'm talking about, that's like built in. That like auth libraries handle that on the client on there automatically. I was specifically talking about the closure, like using just the closures.
Yes.
That doesn't work.
That doesn't work for anything that needs to be secure. But it could.
Exactly.
You can use it alongside. You can use it for the insecure data, like an ID, and then rerun the actual secure code, the sensitive part, within the action. Yeah. And everyone's going to run into that, no matter what they're.
Realize that.
Yes. Yeah. That same thing happened to us. Everyone's going to run into that because it's so convenient. So it's like this is one of those things where you fall into like a pit of failure instead of a pit of success. But it's the understanding, like you said, every time you use server, you're creating a endpoint that runs server code with whatever is coming in from the request, and you can't trust that request data at all. You can use closures to set it up to make it convenient, but you still have to account for any values coming through that request. So maybe there's some way to, there'll be some abstraction or library that does a Zod-like thing along with the securing thing where, this is like when I used to do Rails work in the controllers, the same idea. You always have to verify there's a current user, and then there was libraries that said, verify current user. Remix's examples have some stuff like this, like you just drop a require current user function in every action on every route, and that verifies that the person is who they say they are, and then you get along with the rest of the logic. People do this with like middlewares in Next.js, so I think we'll see something like that. You could do. I mean, server actions are just functions.
I don't want to interrupt.
Compose. So
I don't have a good way of raising my hand because I'm using desktop though.
Kind of doing this in Next, where you wrap maybe get server-side props or middleware. You do a middleware to wrap your API routes with an auth check. You could.
That's what we ended up doing. But like the thing is, like as a Next.js developer, you have to write the use server anyways. Like that's something that cannot be abstracted. So the best you can do is like write a function that runs inside an action, because you cannot really wrap an action into anything, because anything that you wrap an action into, it needs to have its own use server. So basically,
what if you imported it? What if you had like verify current user was from a module called...
Yeah, you can import. Yeah, if you have the use server in the file, then you can wrap it for sure. Yeah,
and then you could add a lint rule or something that says anytime you pass
I think I have some good input here.
Anytime you pass a server action to form action, you have to wrap it in verify current user. Maybe there'll be something like middlewares that come and run before server actions too. And then
middleware already run before server actions. The problem with this was that like the token could be for a different user,
right?
But the user ID that's in the closure could be like different from the token.
Right. Yep. Interesting.
Because it's not gonna rerun
I've been deep diving on these behaviors for a bit now, and I cannot for the life of me figure out when the server action is created. In debugging, it is significantly harder now than it used to be because they encrypt everything with a unique key for every dev server instance. So if I kill and restart my dev server, I can't get an existing page to post. So this is probably much easier to debug on older versions of Next, and I am very tempted to move to one to further investigate, but I'm probably just going to talk to Sebastian and team to try and get them to explain to me in the simplest possible terms, when does a server action get created? Because it seems more and more like there's some level of server-side state. I mean that a server action is created inside of a component. How does where is that server action? How is it defined, and how does my component interface with it in the future? Like when I post from the form that has this action, how do I where is it and when was it created?
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to explain earlier, is that it basically it moves the code out of that component. So it basically treats this as like an action that's defined somewhere else. Like if you have a use server in a file and have a bunch of actions defined in there, it basically moves that function in a file like that. But then when you're accessing a value,
I have a really good question for developer experience.
ID that's in the component, that will get changed to input or form data dot to do ID. So that value will now come from the form that was submitted.
Thea, why don't you put a console log in the server component before you start rendering the form, before the JSX, before the return statement? Make it say log server component.
Acorn, are we gaming tonight? I think we're still gaming tonight, right? Yeah, howdy. I kind of expected to be done before you were here. Shit. I was actually really hoping to be done before you were done so I could raid you. So I fucked that one up already. I got distracted. I got nerd sniped by Jacob MG's awesome Twitter space. So I got nerd sniped for sure. I got massively nerd sniped. We're talking about RSCs, React Server Components, and other things.
If you have a small enough app, maybe you could.
And I have a comment that I think is hugely valuable.
And you might be able.
But yeah, Acorn, what were you up to today? How goes the pool thing? And sorry, I need to chime in.
The Pac-12 championship?
No idea what that is.
All right. It's college football.
So I wanted to chime in with a somewhat tangential comment. I want to think about the developer experience for this stuff. How do I, as a developer of a large-scale, possibly dashboard application, know what all of like subcomponents might be doing within a specific route. In a standard like Angular application, I would make sure that every interaction and every like function are actually mapped in like the route, and then I would pass those down as things that, you know, components could call. Is that still a valid approach to React?
If the component's imported or you've passed it to the component, then it has it.
Okay. So you could still establish like a route level creation of all of these like server actions and then pass them to the components that might care. Right?
Yeah, that's what ends up happening is that any
Okay.
actions that are created inside a certain route, the bundler figures out what the actions are and like compiles them into a single post endpoint, like Theo was talking about, and they're just like in the component because they're passed down as props or they're passed down as a form action. The component can just call it. So you as a developer experience, you don't have to know what actions are inside a component if you're like in the server component world, and that kind of enables the Lego thing that Sam was talking about, where like you can bring in components that have their own server actions and like forms and buttons that talk to them, and you can just plug them in without knowing what those actions are, how to handle them, and yeah, the bundler and the router, they all figure it all out.
Okay, so like to speak again, like how would I discover what all of the components within a route could possibly mutate? Like, is there any tooling that would let me know what is possibly changeable within a route? Like, imagine that you're in a large code base and you're brand new to it and you've never touched anything with it. What is your discoverability like as a developer?
So the discoverability, that's the benefit of kind of co-location, that you just go into the feature and you can see the entire thing. Like you can see what data it's using, you can see how it's mutating it, you can see how it's rendering it, and then like what the client side behaviors around this feature are, is that they're all co-located inside your components. So if you want,
it feels kind of like you're asking the question like, how would I know from a given route what all the components it could possibly render are? You know that by going to the component and looking. In order to know all of the things that you can post to, you go to the components and see what they've imported and what they have in them. There's no tooling to like do this on a higher generic level, but if it's necessary, it will exist. But I don't know how much that is necessary.
So to me, as like a top level, like maybe lead on a team or whatever, I would like to know what a certain route could do. And visualizing that in some way would be useful. But that sounds like it's a tooling concern rather than a concern of like the framework at this point.
I don't know, like why do you care about the route that much though? Like what is it about a route
I think he was saying like on the mutation level, seeing what possible server code a route could call, right? So like if somebody was making is that right, Chris? Like someone making a call to do something.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm trying to discover a new code base and figure out what's possible even on this entire endpoint or like route.
Possible you mean from the back end in terms of how it interacts with the back end?
Just in general, like knowing what this route can do. Like I'm brand new to an entire large scale dashboard, you know?
I don't think that like this would be like you're trying to like learn how a car works by counting the number of like screws in the wheel. It just feels like a really weird way to understand what a route does, like how an app works. Like if
I think that
in
the
the previous
question is
model
also
you're
important.
used to, and sorry,
Theo doesn't know how to work on a car.
Finish this one point. Anybody else can go. I do have to run in a minute anyways, but really quick TLDR is that like you have to stop.
Theo's never worked on a car before.
In terms of actions, so rather than thinking like what are all the things the user can do on this endpoint, the reason you would do that in the first place is so you can authenticate the endpoint. The idea of an endpoint level authentication doesn't exist in this model. You authenticate the action.
Ooh, car manuals are massively not capable these days.
That is based on the functions that you have defined and what they do or don't allow. But the thought of like an action, like every time you call use server, you should also directly after check if that user is authenticated to do the thing or not. You shouldn't ever call an action unauthenticated because regardless of what route exposes it, that is accessible still. So you need to think about like the reasons you would care about a route's capabilities don't exist because you have to care about the action's capabilities. Like the level of care is one level deeper. It's not at the URL anymore.
So I still feel like the route and the URL are the fundamental thing that represent web applications in general, and knowing what is possible at a specific URL is still something that I would want to surface to a team.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I have an answer. Today, if you were to open a React app, you could have a button way down the routes page that makes a fetch call to a fetch request to some URL to an API server, or it makes a fetch request to like Stripe. It could just you could just render a button on click and then call fetch to api.com/Stripe, and there's no real good way to surface that right now. Uh, Now, it could also be making a request to your API, a local API in your app. Let's say you're writing a Next app which has API server alongside of it. It could be making a fetch request to your API, so /API at the same domain users, and then it creates a user, deletes a user or something. And the only way you would know that is by like grepping for that string in the fetch call. So that's actually pretty bad, and people try to organize things so that's better. I think with server actions, it's actually improved because now you can look at the import list at the top. So the only way a component could interact with your database, let's say, is if it imported it, because it would have to use it in the server action. So it would actually import DB. So you could see at the TypeScript level, you could like follow that import const, the DB import, and see exactly how it's being used just by pressing F8, in VS Code. And or if it's imported in action, let's say in a bigger app, you probably have actions like you'd have like a user module that can do user create. You can import, create user, update user, delete user from a module. And now you can use VS Code and say, go to the create user thing and show me all the files where this is being imported, or at the route level, you could see which actions are being imported. And so that would give you a better high-level view of what server-side capabilities a page has. So I think it's actually better than what we had before. Now, frameworks have like conventions. So again, in like a Rails or PHP world, you could look at a page and look at the controller and see which ones it can interact with. But you can still make requests to other controllers, and in a SPA, you can make fetch requests all over the place. So I think it's actually cool that the server actions are using the JavaScript module system and imports, kind of like Theo was saying, where you can see if I'm using a drop down because I imported it. Now you can see if I'm using a create user because I imported it. So that's how I would look. That's how I would answer. If I was looking at a React app that used server actions, I would look at the imports, and if it was big enough, you'd probably have them from a subdirectory that was like actions or something, action/user, and then I would say, oh, okay, we import create user and update user. So those are the server-side concerns this page has.
So hold on. I just want to chime in and say I totally agree. Like modern React apps could totally make requests from anywhere. That is actually a code smell to me, because having one place you can find out a specific route and what requests it can make is a huge win as far as understanding what a route can do. And what I'm wondering is does it need tooling to do that now?
But what a route can do is such a weird question to ask. I don't get that. Like on the back end side, what are the behaviors of this endpoint make sense? But routes are for routers, and I don't get this idea of what can you do on a route.
So as far as a front end engineer, right? As far as a front end lead, I need to know what can happen on this route, right? Like going into a brand new code base, right? You're not familiar with everything it can do. How do you discover that? Discoverability of the mutations possible there.
By where the screws are. I don't get it.
I mean, Theo, I've worked on cars. I know how to work on a car. Though that is not a good analogy. I'm sorry. It just isn't.
Explain why, I'm 5, why I would care about what a route can do.
I need to know what a specific route's endpoints would be touched. I need to know what the endpoint, the backend engineers need to be concerned with when this one page is failing specifically. How do I discover those things as an engineer?
I mean, if it's failing, you look at the stack, and then you're directly you're in the action that triggered the fail.
Yeah,
it seems easy when you talk about it that way. I'm just saying, with a large-scale application, you don't always know. You don't know where it's coming from. You don't know where the trace is coming from. That's why Datadog exists as a company, because their traceability is greater than your stack trace.
Yeah, so in that case, you're talking about a tooling level thing where something can, and this can totally be a kind of a Next.js build thing, or like it can be built on top of it, because like at build time, Next.js can like traverses all the routes and figures out what components, what actions are part of this. So maybe at that level, you need some sort of a tooling that kind of like maps all your route and all your router endpoints to the actions that they call, and that'll be something that can be done at build time maybe.
Exactly. All I'm trying to call out is I think it's a tooling deficiency that we could solve, and maybe, like, you know, I make enough stuff on stream that, like, it might be worth trying to make that. I'm just, like, thinking about the problem. That's all.
I made a huge tweet about, it wasn't actually a huge tweet, but like a tweet about things about Next.js that can be visualized at build time. And this was a part of it where you can like show kind of a preview of that page. You can show all the actions that are on that page.
Be nice, Lightspeed. Yes, I don't think Theo has worked on large enough applications. I think his experience on large applications has been segmented enough that he's not aware anymore.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
still
observability
so
is just
confused about this. Sorry.
Yeah, observability is just like a general fucking issue, regardless of its server actions or React server components or just a fucking like regular ass spa. Right? This sounds like it's a question of observability and how do we do observability in this new paradigm.
Exactly. Yes.
Can I try and steal man you? Just try and bring it up a level. If
Sure.
you compare what I have to do, for example, by comparison, in a PHP Laravel app, all I have to do is ask Laravel to spit me out a list of routes. Then I can go to those routes directly, and I know exactly which controller, models, etc. are running in those routes. So by comparison, is there something you could do like that, where you could just spit out all the stuff that's happening and follow it down the tree and figure out what's involved in this track?
Yes, I think it's a tooling issue. Exactly. Yep.
I just
Kind of
still
why
feel
I
like that's
jumped
the
in
weird
in the
level.
first place. So like,
You
no,
might
I
sound
mean,
like shit.
it comes back to observability. That's really what it. That's all this seems to sound like. Fucking Spyro just described observability in a different
Again,
tech
like,
stack, but
I know
about
people don't like my
tooling?
screw example with the car, but like, if like my car is gonna drive 400,000 miles, I need to know what can fail. I need to know where every single screw is. It just feels like a really weird.
You don't use screws on cars, man. Screws are for wood.
To me, why do I care at a route level what my app can do? Because I care at a component level. When somebody screenshots the web,
There's not a single screw on the performant part of a car. Bare minimum, it's a bolt and nuts. There is not a single screw in your engine. Motherfucker. Right? Like, he's trying to argue an engine analogy, and he's never worked on an engine, man.
I haven't even thought about the word observability here yet, because nobody's presented to me why having a list of everything a route can do is helpful. Why is having a list of every screw in your car helpful? Because you're assembling the car, but that's about it.
You need to work on the car.
one fucking person at a time.
Sorry.
Theo, how does that work with delinking? Universal links.
Your mic's like unlistenable, Warren.
Yeah, dog.
Damn it.
Yeah.
My bad.
Better now.
Oh, it is? I just ate a ton of Chinese food. Could it be that?
it's Warren's Chinese food. That's the problem.
No, it was just the initial few seconds. Go ahead.
And he disconnected. All right. Well, moving on.
Okay. Can I? Let me try and so Theo, I think if I'm understanding correctly, it's not the same thing. Observability doesn't mean the same thing as it does to a PHP Laravel dev as it does to someone using React server components. It's a different kind of observability.
I'm saying it's different entirely, like using a client-side JavaScript framework. Like, if I'm in
Right.
client-side JavaScript, I'm not thinking about what the route can do. I'm thinking about what behavior the button triggered. Because that
Right.
button could trigger, like, some confetti appearing on the page that hit an endpoint at all that causes a user to have a problem. That button could trigger a weird specific endpoint from another fucking service that we have no observability on at all, and I still don't care about the route. Like why do I care about the route?
Okay, so if you're going to use the client side front end, and I agree with you that at the very minimum, there's a solid argument to make that observability is not the same thing on the front end as it is on the back end, if at all. But if you're going to say the React front end is going to utilize server component actions, then there is some observability that you want to have in terms of which thing on the front end is implementing which server component action on the back end. And I think I know the answer. I think that the answer is clear, but I think that's what Chris is trying to get to is, can you clearly delineate this front end is using this server component back end, that kind of a thing?
Yeah, so for the server component, or for the front end to exist, it has to have been rendered by the back end with all of those things. Like, all of the things the components can do are defined in the component or are passed to the component.
Right. Okay. So I think for me, what I am trying to like comprehend, that's difficult to comprehend. When you say React, I go, oh, front end, everything's front end, because that's been the history of React, right? When somebody says React, it's like a front end client and a complexity on the front end. But really, I think what you're trying to drive home, and like everybody's trying to drive home, server components is now driven by the server, which means you just have to look at your server essentially, and then your React front end is powered and driven by whatever the server is essentially telling it what to do.
Yeah, so a joke, this is a joke, but a joke would be the observability to, like, the things that you were asking about is your network tab. That's your observability. I'm sorry, I had to say it. I'm fucking with you.
So let me chime in real quick, please.
Let's hear it. Yes, please. I
Okay.
I'm curious.
Yeah. So I have a comment that is basically this. If I'm maintaining a large dashboard that can make requests from various routes, and the backend engineer is telling me this route is failing, or the logs are telling me that, like, request is failing, I need to know where I can make that request even from. I need to actually discover where that could even be possibly happening from, and why that value is not being passed to that component properly.
Okay, so this is for getting data to the component for rendering the page?
For passing data to a form, technically, right?
Yeah, so the way this would work is the form itself, or the component that renders the form. Like, I'm imagining like your data visualization, like your like a data table.tsx that has all of this data it needs. I'm guessing it's like passed in a prop for like your app or your user ID or whatever, and then it goes and makes a database request and fills all that data in. Is that all correct so far?
I mean, that's possible, but like there's so many more interactions. Like, again, like when we go back to like the delete action of a button.
Like, this is like, how do we render it? I'm not too like, how does the behavior happen yet? But like, this is just for getting the content to the page in the first place.
So not necessarily. Let's just say I tried to delete something from some route. How do I know which route in my application is not passing the data to that button properly? Right? I need to find out every single route that even does that action.
So the way you would do that is you'd right-click on the action, you'd click Find All References, and anything that has a call to it is using it.
And that relies upon editor tooling to like fill that blank in, right?
That already exists today because server actions use JavaScript modules and imports.
Right.
So that's kind of what I was saying before, where I think it's actually, the story is actually better than it used to be.
Yeah.
And
previously you'd be relying on like strings and like
right.
strings being embedded in like fetch calls. Now it's literally just an import tree. So
right.
like you like the problems that would have led to me needing the routes. Like if I had screws in my car break all the time randomly, I'd care about where all the screws are. But if like the screws are embedded in perfectly and they can only exist, if like the screw can only be.
He rides a skateboard. There's not a single screw on a skateboard.
I think one way maybe to reword the button could click confetti, and that could cause a problem for the user. So
maybe he has a car made out of wood.
server action or not, because that's the problem. But
Touche.
when I used to work on Rails apps, Rails also has a command similar to what Spiro was saying about Laravel. You could type rake routes and see all the routes in an app, and that's because Rails apps were mostly back-end code, right? I mean, and that's kind of the thing. You know what Jacob was saying. React is like both the front end and the back end.
Downhill box charge champion. Okay, touche. Theo knows purely about soapbox derbies. I get it. He's assuming a soapbox car is the same as a real car. I get it. I get it.
I could go into a new app at work, type in rake routes, and if there were 6 routes, it was going to be a simpler app to understand and on board to. If there was 30, it was going to be a lot more complex. That was a good proxy for the complexity of the app, because most of the behavior in a Rails app was back-end stuff, right? And so I wanted to know how complex it was. Where's all the skeletons buried? It's going to be, you know, in the controllers and the models and stuff. And rake routes was a good proxy for that. Whereas if you open a React SPA or a React app, who knows if it's more like something like Figma is going to have way more front-end client-side only code that deals with, you know, event listeners for dragging and intersecting rectangles and stuff. That all has nothing to do with the network. But so in that case, the equivalent of a rake routes command wouldn't give you a good sense of the complexity of the app, because maybe it only makes a few requests to persist the changes or something like that. Who knows, right? But I think that's one way to maybe reword the question. So if you came into an app and said, you want to say, okay, the back-end team has problems, so I need to know every time in this React app where it interfaces with the network on the mutation side. It makes like a post request or a patch or a delete or something like that. And yeah, that's where I think the server actions using the module syntax is even better. And the tooling, I mean, you could add layers on top of it, but starting with what we have today already with TypeScript and TypeScript modules and imports and tracing.
I think they have really good points. I agree with a lot of what they're saying. I'm trying to understand it better. This is not me like snarkily like sniping this shit. This is me trying to understand it better.
Is not in that route at all. That route doesn't interact with the network. It doesn't import a DB.
This is not me trying to be snarky. This is me trying to actually understand it better. I think this is me trying to be genuine,
just like search your
not
code base
snipey.
for use servers.
The problem with that
like,
is that you can have like these server components and actions defined really anywhere. They couldn't, like, ideally we want them to come from node modules, and that's when like this kind of becomes a little more tough, because now you have components that you're importing from a library.
Yeah,
I don't think I've
talking
seen
about
that recommended at all, like having them come from node modules. Like, have y'all read the Taint blog post, or did you just meme about it? Because it explains all of this very, very well. There's like 3 different paths for this, and like I feel like we're only talking about the path where we're inlining server actions with a bunch of like database calls directly, and we're not talking about like, here's a really simple pattern. I've somewhat recently learned that us doing this at Thing is like blowing people's minds. All of our database queries and mutations are in a file named db.ts that has all of those calls. So whenever we want to do something with our database, like call a function, you don't import the database, you don't import like a bunch of crazy shit and like write a query. You go to the file with all the queries and mutations and you import the one you want. And since we have that, if we're having a problem with our database, which obviously like this type of thing happens a lot, it's all in that one file, and I can like right click, find all instances of like a key that we changed and just change it, and it's fine. Like I cannot remember the last time like at Amazon, at Twitch, or independently where like the route was the point at which I was trying to debug things. It's always something either less specific or more specific. The route's just a really weird place for that specificity to be at, and like
I disagree.
Like, if you want to have your server action,
but that's fine.
Centralized and well defined.
As engineers, we can disagree.
A folder in your code base named or backend.
I think mutual respect is the key.
Goes through that folder, and you have a strict auditing process, and you add a basic like ESLint rule that makes sure you don't ever import your database from anywhere else.
I think that's part of it there, Sergeant Pepper. He's not envisioning jumping into a brand new application. He hasn't had to do so for years.
A page is failing to load, you go to the page, you see what data call it's making, what it's importing from that backend file, and then you can right-click, find all references, and see all of the places that are calling that broken code. Like the whole developer experience for both identifying and fixing all instances of these problems is way better because problems don't happen on a route level; they happen on a component one.
So my point is that the backend will typically present to you that this thing is failing, and you don't know where it's coming from, right? In a large enough application, there are enough routes that could call that same endpoint, and you don't know where that one thing might not be past the right data.
When the backend fails, it's not just like failing on an endpoint, it's failing on something it's calling from that endpoint, and that thing it's calling is a function, and that function probably has a name.
But you don't know where that data was passed from that didn't have the full payload you were looking for, right? And where is that route failing that you didn't pass it to?
Okay, that a lot just clicked with that statement. Like, you don't know what called it to cause that to fail. This is actually the magic of the new model, because that thing that failed is a function on your backend, and you can right-click, find all references, and see literally every place calling it.
Only when you have a backend that is the same code base that you're working with. When you have a separate code base, that is a different thing.
That's how.
This literally doesn't work outside of server components. Like server components don't work unless you're using them. Yes. Like the new React model requires that React is your server too. That's a fact. That server can call a different server, but it has to start like the requests and like all the fetches that the like server or that the client does that have any consequence on your service should go through the same place that the HTML was rendered from, which is the same place that the components were created at.
Okay.
Yep, and it all has to be the same code base. Like if it's not the same code base, it doesn't work. The point at which like and this is also a realistic thing.
I think I disagree with that fundamentally, but I don't have a good argument against it.
Like blog post Sebastian did, a lot of this will make a lot more sense. You can, if you do the pattern I talked about before, you have like a backend or folder. It doesn't have to be your database calls. It can be your backend calls, and then that can call different endpoints in your backend server.
Right. That can still be called from other places.
At a route level on like a weird old Python thing, you can now Command F for that and see all of the actions, all of the specific JavaScript code that is running in React that calls that endpoint. So the same way, like if you had a dashboard that has a lot of different like on submits that go to different routes.
No, I think these are valuable questions, Lightspeed.
And you don't care which route.
I'm learning from this entire thing.
Components it's being called from, because you have to use those components. That is even stronger here because you've now abstracted that in a folder that only runs on the back end, so you're guaranteed real log traces for it because they're running on your infrastructure, and you have a much more centralized point of failure to identify and fix too. It's much better even if you have a traditional backend that the server components are calling.
So I would say like the REST API that you're calling is like the traditional infrastructure you're talking about. If I have a front-end infrastructure proxying to that, I actually know where like my front end's failing, but like I still don't know necessarily like why that was called on the back end.
About, like when the back end, or like if you have a different back end, when they come to you with like here something is failing, what information do you have at that point?
And the point is like not much, right? And that's why that's harder to debug when we get this separation.
What is that information?
You get where it's coming from, the URL that it was called from. Like that's basically it.
URL an endpoint on the back end, or is that a URL in your application, in your front end app?
So in this like RSC approach, that would be a like server side of the Next.js like thing being called, not the front end that called it, right? So you wouldn't even have any of that traceability available.
So the front end will always call posts on the page or on the URL you're currently on, which means that you know which file-based routing path in your code base led to the components that led to that behavior.
And then you need to make sure that you're passing it through to your actual backend as traceability of data, right?
Past what specifically?
Like what route actually called it. If you're proxying to a backend endpoint and they're saying that's failing, how do you know who sent that data?
Proxying to a backend endpoint, the backend endpoint that's going to be called is inside a TypeScript function that will be called in an action. So we're not proxying to a backend. The entire definition of like how the application talks to your backend, your REST API backend, that lives inside a single folder. And then from your components, you will import. That's what Theo was talking about, where like all the database mutations live in
I would
one
never
DB.
So-
just pass the form data through to you. Like you wouldn't get untouched form data. I on like the Next.js server would parse the form data, validate it, and once I validated it, put it back into some JSON and then send it to you. But I
And then
step
still, how do I know what sent that to me? If I'm the back end developer trying to tell the front end what's failing, like how do I know?
Let's say the backend comes to you, says that /user/create is failing. All you do is you go into the one function that calls /user/create, and then you just find all references to this function. That's it.
The disconnect is it's not one function though.
It is fun. So that's
here,
how
I
you.
think I found the disconnect. So like here's an example of a problem I would run into. Hey Theo, your calls to this endpoint are failing. You need to include name. And name has to be more than 3 characters. I say, oh shit, I haven't validated that. I check my backend like function that is calling your backend like API endpoint, and I see that the name is string or undefined. I say, oh shit, I changed the type of that from string or undefined to just string. And now all of the places in my code base that are calling that function that aren't mandating name is there are now erroring saying this needs to include name. So I go make it a strict input and I'm done.
So that sounds like you have to eliminate problems rather than like seeing the problem at the forefront. Right? So like it's like going backwards through the problem rather than like having the data you needed from the start.
Yeah, if I need to have the data, I use Sentry and I check it. Like that's always the case. Like I don't like from having these 2 mystical strings magically like run a rake command and figure out exactly what's wrong. Like I really cannot fathom how I would ever go from route to solution unless I had like the additional piece of data is what defines what I do next there. And the additional piece of data is almost always going to be useful. Like it's like what inputs were there, like why, like there's a reason it errored, and it's usually going to be some expectation of the formatting of the data that's not true, which is a desynchronization between the validator on the next server versus the validator on the like real backend, and that desynchronization is almost always a right-click go to definition away. I'm really struggling to fathom these cases.
I mean, it sounds to me like you need to send extra metadata to these endpoints to actually understand that, though, right?
So here's what I'm trying to explain. If you have a different REST API backend and you have a different Next.js server, uh, go back to my initial example of like /user/create. You would wrap that in a create user function. Like you won't have a button inside which you have like a fetch call to /user/create, right? You're just going to call create user like that's an action inside that button. But then that on your server side, that would call your create user function. That's just one function that says how your app talks to /user/create on your REST API backend server. So you only have that information in one place. Now, a bunch of different components or form actions can import it, but you're only going to have to define it once. Everything like all the different routes, all the different.
I think Dev is still missing the point. When I use that from multiple places, how do I know what's failing?
A user, they're all going to call that one function. So that's kind of how you like it's in some levels it's kind of a code structuring issue and not as much of a like how do you do this in Next.js. Yeah, and
that's what I'm getting at.
thing where you want to know
that's literally what I'm saying.
That like a route in your application can do. That then becomes a tooling concern.
Correct. I just muted everybody just because I don't want to get talked over. Everybody that keeps requesting to speak, if you notice that your request is like immediately being removed, stop requesting. If you keep requesting, I'm going to remove you from the space. Okay? I have a few people up here because the conversation itself right now is rather intense at some occasions, and I do not want to have to deal with more people coming up and adding to that. So that includes people that are regulars. You know who you are. If you keep requesting, I'm just going to remove you from the space. So stop.
You're doing a great job as host, Jacob. I appreciate you immensely.
He just scared every single person away from talking.
It's a great conversation. I want to make sure that it was continuing as it was.
I'm realizing I might just be too GraphQL brained because I like every like large to extra large production service has either been like 4 really dumb REST endpoints, like getting hit by billions of requests a day, or it's been GraphQL where there's only one endpoint. And
That
just
sounds
like
about
the
right.
idea of like route level debugging of backend issues where the only data I have is that this route failed. Just it feels like a fairy tale to me. It's like bringing. I'll keep using this analogy. I fucking love it. It's like bringing a car. Like somebody brings in a car. It's like, hey, it's broken. A screw broke. Find which one.
Dude, I hate the analogy so much. I know he means well, so I'm not gonna roast it. And who the fuck am I? Like, I'm no big deal.
Like the REST API,
I get it. I get it.
Was talking about. It's like a backend for front end. If you ever heard that term, that's if you were building a new Next 13 app with app directory, and you were going to be talking to a REST API that was somewhere else in another team manager in your company, then like Dev was saying, all of your server actions, that is the proxy. So your React code calling your server actions is not a proxy, but then the server actions calling another API server is the proxy. And if someone on that REST API team said, you sent us a create user, but the name was only 3 characters, it's got to be more, that is a bug in your server action. And so then you do the thing Theo said where you say, okay, this is not string or undefined, it's a string, and then we do a check at runtime that makes sure the argument is 3 characters or more, and then we hit the REST API. So now you fix the bug in your server action. But then you could still have a question of, well, this server action is used in 9 places in the front end. So there's 9 different places in the front end that are able to create users. You know, you could imagine like creating a new tag in like a drop down for issues in GitHub, and you can do that 9 places in the app. So that's where the problem originated. One of those 9 places was trying to call create user, create tag, or whatever, and you forgot to, you typoed it, so the name was not getting sent through, it was getting undefined. So the backend team tells you that, you fixed it, and now your server action has a runtime check that validates that the string is good. So the problem's not in your server action anymore. Now there's a problem in one of the 9 places that's invoking that and calling it. So then you can find references and look, but if it's complex and you can't just look at the code because it's really complex what's going on, you'd have to run through. I mean, because now the problem is your problem. Like that, the problem is in your app in the sense that the problem is in between the client and the server action layer, not between the server action layer and the external calls to the external services. So then you can run through some tests or whatever, but now that you have the validation and the error handling in the server action, whenever you go through and try those 9 versions, which you can now see clearly because you can find all references, and so again, you can see them a lot more clearly than you'd be able to if you were just making fetch calls kind of willy-nilly. You can run through those, and then one of those is going to trigger your new error because of the new validation logic, and now you can fix that. So that's why I don't think you would need to pass through the URL from one of the 9 calls all the way to the REST API, because that's not really their problem and their concern. Their problem is you send a request with undefined user, and then, oh, that was a single problem, like Theo was saying in the DB file, because that's like your backend for your front end. All of the communication with the external service is going through that. You fix that, so now your next app will never send a bad request again because you fixed it. And now you can go through and test all the use cases in your front end and see which part of your forms was sending bad data to your backend. So I don't know if that made sense, but
yeah, that made a ton of sense. Also, Jordy had a good reply that like I think helps bridge the gap too. I think that like the like the TLDR of like ownership change here from what you said, Sam, is that like previously we would have had to hunt through the pages to figure out which ones are sending the bad stuff in order to fix the backend. Now we go to the one place, we add a validator, and we've now moved the problem away from the backend team into the front end team's front or backend for front end server. So now it's not Chris's problem as the Python guy, it's our problem as the JavaScript guy, and we were able to move it to our court way faster than we ever could before.
I think the word proxy might be something that introduces more confusion than helpful, being more helpful, because proxy is usually like you make a request to a server, but something in between is sitting.
He didn't call me the Python guy. I knew what he meant,
server component is not
right?
a proxy.
I'm speaking for the Python guy, maybe, but I'm not the Python guy.
The client browser app only makes a request to the Next.js server. That's all that it knows about. It's a completely different.
This was a really good conversation. I understood way more about this because of it. I'm not trying to say people are wrong. How dare they? I'm trying to push back and understand it better with my comments.
Some page, whatever that is. So those are two completely different decision points, different HTTP requests. It's not a proxy in the traditional sense where it's just something in between that either party doesn't know about and it's just doing its thing.
It's a reverse proxy.
Ooh,
So
ooh, good term.
Right.
An image on my page, and my browser makes a request, and it could be cached by a CDN, but I didn't know that. So I agree with you. That's not the right way to think about it. But it's a reverse proxy because the front end is calling create user, and the front end doesn't know that actually that create user function that's running the server is calling contentful.api.com. So it's a reverse proxy.
Exactly. Yeah. So when your backend comes to you and says that here's the one endpoint,
I need to make a comment saying how much I appreciate these guys for this, and that I need to throw a lyric.
Ideally, you should probably be only making these fetch.
Yeah, I really appreciate this conversation. I really hope Theo doesn't think I'm attacking his comments. I'm just trying to understand him better, and I'm pretty sure he knows that. I hope he knows that.
By convention, here are the.
I wouldn't have joined this if I was in a purely combative state.
Here are all the backend fetches.
I'm trying to understand, and I think that's valuable for everyone, right? Because my reservations are most likely other people's too.
Spice is if you're not validating your inputs and they're coming over a network of any form, then we can't talk any further. That's your fault. Go validate your inputs, and then we can debug. Seriously, validate your fucking inputs. I've gotten into so much heat for this. It it should be less than 0 in all programming stuff. Also, if Chris, you're talking, I can't hear you. I might be bugging.
No, I'm muted right now. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah. So, how do you feel about that? I feel like I much better understand your perspective now, and I'm curious how you feel about us getting to take the ownership away faster.
No, so I fully agree on the validation aspect. I think Sam really chimed in and explained exactly what I was getting at. This is more about discoverability of when something's going wrong. If I'm new to a code base, how do I figure it out? Right? Because there are large enough applications where you can't possibly have the entire code base in your brain.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the thing that that. I think that's why it wasn't computing with me, because before that felt like it was an impossible thing to do. That you'd have a bunch of nonsense tools and outdated docs and code gen things that ran slowly and gave you almost no info. And this is a big part of why GraphQL exists, because it made that type of both traversing the capabilities of your endpoints and also consuming them so much better. Server components to me aren't a step towards if it's a spectrum where REST is that abstraction, GraphQL is less abstracted, more abstracted, but it's more descriptive. Server components are another step past GraphQL for me, where I feel the need for these tools is even less, and my ability to navigate the code base is even greater.
I also think that because it's so early and these are low-level React primitives as opposed to framework-level APIs that are intended to help with organization and maintainability. Theo's pattern of using a DB file as effectively a router. If your DB file has expose a create user server action that any component can import, and the create user action is the only place it's calling prisma.users.create, then that makes it easy to figure out whether the problem was from the action to the database, or from the action to the external REST API, or from the next front end to the action. So that's because Theo's bringing his experience to bear and preempting this problem, which is it actually makes more sense to have a centralized place for this. In Rails or Laravel, if you've ever worked with MVC before, this is kind of how I think about server actions. MVC, model view controller. The view has always been like the React front end part, and then the models and controller. The model and controller's kind of been, the controller was basically the string that we gave to fetch because that routes the interaction from the browser to the code on the back end, and then the model was whatever was in your route handler. So now instead of using a string to fetch to control what happens on the server when a user interaction happens on the client, we have server actions. So you can pass the server action to onClick or onHover or a form submit, and the server action is the controller because it's routing the interaction on the client to the behavior on the back end. And if you put a bunch of logic directly in line using the
on the line,
server part, you are basically.
I'm glad I'm still muted. Oh god.
jumbling
Right? You put it on the line.
of the MVC architecture, and that actually would make it even harder to track down because if
No, I really respect Sam. I've been a huge fan of Sam since Ember days.
that create, it's a lot
For
harder.
sure.
If you use a pattern like Theo was talking about where you have that file, now that's basically your model layer. So db.js is your model layer, and the model is how you actually do the business logic, and the controller is how you get the data from the request and the current user and pass that to the model layer, and then the view is all the front end stuff. So if you kind of borrow some of the ideas from MVC, and again today, since this is so early and Next doesn't really have, Next and Remix don't have opinions on the model layer. They don't tell us how we should name our database tables or how to use, whether to use foreign keys or not. In Rails, they have opinions about all that stuff. And so, yeah, rake routes, which tells you the URLs, is going to be a lot more useful because you already can make assumptions about which route files are going to be interacting with which controllers and which parts of your model layer because of all the opinions. But because Remix and Next are unopinionated in the model layer, and we haven't had server actions before, the C and the M have basically been up to us. Now server actions give us the C, and also server components give us the C on the reading side, right? Because a controller in a Rails or Laravel app is used to, the index or the view method is used to marshal the data and pass it off to the view to render, and that's what we do with server components now. So
You heard it here. Server
are really
components.
the controller parts of MVC, and the model layer, you have to have some discipline and bring some
Dev jumping in.
your own to keep that organized.
You heard it here. Server components are JavaScript's MVC.
Not
No,
quite.
Server
They're
components
just the C.
are the primitives in which you can use to define your own MVC. Just like with React before, you could DIY your own MVC by making the right lint rules and forbidding set state inside of components. You can do all the same things here, but you could also just architect it based on what makes sense for your application. Is that level of flexibility going to cause people to do stupid shit? Yes, anytime you give people flexibility, they do stupid shit. But it also makes it so much easier to do the right thing that getting out of the wrong thing and moving it to the right thing and just having one engineer that knows what the fuck they're doing, add 2 lint rules, and then you're good to go. It's like easier than ever to make to reduce complexity. And I think that's where I get so disconnected in a lot of these conversations because there's like scale is inevitable, but the ability to simplify is always valuable. And if you have a tool that can make identifying things, changing things, removing things, replacing things, and just working with things 10x simpler, I find that a lot of the ways we solve problems and like the problems we think about go away. Like this feels like worrying about memory and serverless almost, like that type of thing, where like this type of problem is so much less likely. And when you have it, you have so much more context and so much more ownership that I just don't think in this way and haven't for a while.
I think it's even better than MVC actually too. I think what you're doing. I think a backend engineer could probably look at your code base and say, I can squint and I can see MVC, but it's even better because it doesn't require Next or Remix to have conventions around how we name everything in order to match them up. We get to just import them directly. So in that way, it improves upon that even more, and the composability side is better too.
So I just want to say one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
I'm just saying the naming convention is limited to routes and file systems. Go ahead,
Exactly.
Chris.
So yeah, all I was gonna say is I appreciate what Theo's saying. I really appreciate what Sam is saying too. I think, Theo, you haven't necessarily had to work on a really large legacy code base for a long time, in which people might be trying to like build in some of these cool things for certain parts of the app, where other parts might still be lagging behind, and you need to integrate those together, right? And that is where like a lot of business actually happens.
A lot of that, like so much of that. Like that was my life for a long time. And the solution we decided on, because of how miserable that was, is if you're interfacing with the old Rails app, you exclusively do it through the GraphQL layer so that we could own all of those problems with one interface. This is how I solve these problems when I run into them always. We build the interface we want, and we build the bridge to it, and every time one of those bridges has a problem, we fix it. But when we're fixing the bridge instead of like trying to get out of the water, it's so much easier to figure shit out.
And that's a thing that you can do at companies that think that much forward facing, but there are so many companies that don't. And like trying to approach this from a legacy, old school style company and still trying to adapt some of these newer approaches to things, that's where you have to like piecemeal a lot of this stuff.
You can't piecemeal server components the same way you could piecemeal hooks. This is something I talk about a bit and probably should have brought up earlier. Like it's really hard to incrementally adopt server components in the sense that like server components by design run on a server. So you've now officially bought into React on a server. At that point, like drawing additional lines is something that like you build practice and pattern around. It's not like a technical decision that needs to be made. It's like which line of code you do or don't write. But accepting that like server components are a thing you want to do means you're more willing than most already. Like I don't think I could have convinced Twitch on server components because they adopted GraphQL to solve this problem.
So I remember when Twitch did the Ember to React rewrite. I remember engineers that worked on that project, and the fact that they were able to do it as the entire code base at once is kind of insane. That's not something major organizations can actually do.
It was the entire code base at once, but in quotes. That was for like the root level, like getting started. Like most of the core navigation of the player, the chat, and like the home page and browse. But as soon as you went into settings or the dashboard or payments or any of that, that all was still falling back to the old Rails routes for quite a while, actually. I ended up switching teams to safety and largely leading the efforts to get us unblocking the dashboard move over, and then ended up getting like the really fun experimentation I got to do was I got to rewrite from scratch the way you're describing the internal admin tools, and we just straight up refused to touch in any capacity the Rails service, period. And that ended up being a great learning experience, specifically because I could take the learnings and bring them back to the core site. So we had this evergreen playground to figure things out, and when things worked, I could bring them to the big important project.
And that sounds awesome. And yeah, I just want to make one last comment. Not every company is Twitch that can do that. Some companies are life insurance companies. Some companies are health insurance companies, and they cannot move that quickly with their core business model. Last thing I want to say real quick. Oh, sorry.
Like, I'd be very surprised if any of those companies adopted this.
True, I get that. I think that totally makes sense too. So I really appreciate this conversation. I just want to say one more thing. Sam, I remember seeing a lot of your content from back in the Ember days, and yeah, just really stoked to even like be in the same space as you. So really cool. But I do need to get going, so thank you all.
Good talking with you, buddy.
I'm gonna pin a tweet quick. Save this link and go read it. This is the Taint article, but I think it does a really good job of breaking down this model, not just because of the security side, but the like developer experience in general, like organization side. I think if you read that, a lot more of this will click, and I'm really curious what you think after.
All right. What's up, Spyro?
All right, I still want to listen to that awesome space. Hold on. I want to keep listening because I think there's a lot. I just don't, I don't think I needed to take a space on the stage.
I was gonna say, I think Theo
And that said, I think we're at like a late enough part of the stream. Yeah, we're at 7:11. I want to get into some gaming with Acorn and Robotic.
There's a thought that you kind of, at least in my experience, it kind of gets built into you where in a world that's like
So,
really back end, like
let's go raid someone.
Laravel or similar.
Who's going right now?
You know, with Ruby on Rails, for example, your URL endpoints in your head tend to be very closely tied to whatever's going on underneath. So they're quite.
We're gonna go raid
almost like
Esther.
too tied together.
Time enjoyed. I'm gonna keep listening to this. This is fantastic. If y'all don't know, yeah, Jacob MG Evans
Even in a PHP,
is posting this.
you're
This is
seeing
his
a lot
space.
of the URL
I really hope he's okay with me streaming this. It's
It's
public
not
in general
actually
anyway,
the
right?
URL endpoint that's failing.
So yeah, like go check out his space. It's really good. He does code and life like 2-3 days a week, and it's a great listen every single time.
Or that
I feel
endpoint is
bad
doing
when I
something
chime
in the
in.
back end and something in the back end
And
is
actually, like,
So what you
I
have
really
to do
thank him
is
for letting me
decide
jump up
which-
to stage
which
to
end
just,
of the spectrum is
you know,
failing.
do my
And if
curmudgeonly
it's the
comments
back end, then you'd go into the
that I
back
think
end and you'd say,
really did
"Oh,
benefit the conversation.
something's not being passed
If you
correctly
disagree,
through the model."
I'd love to hear why
Maybe
I
10
fucked it up.
URL endpoints
Maybe I did.
use the same model.
But yeah, Jacob's
but
awesome.
just
I
one
really
of them
appreciate
shows
him for
you
letting me
just
speak.
exactly the wrong data and the model is failing.
I don't think I
You
have
have
enough
to
street
work
cred.
from the model
Actually,
forward.
I've worked for like life insurance companies. I haven't worked for Twitch. You know, I've chatted with people that did. I've chatted with people that have done all sorts of stuff.
And I think what
Me
Theo-
personally, I ain't done
If
shit.
I'm getting what you're describing correctly, this is kind of the same.
I'm the
mindset.
Python guy. I'm not, by the way, but okay, I get it.
Is
I get it.
Probably your action, and then you have
I'm
to
the
look
polyglot
at
guy.
where
But no, this was amazing. I really appreciate them letting me chime in. I think Theo helped me understand a whole shitload about that, right? Look at the Python on my screen, caught red-handed. Yeah, totally. No, like Theo, like I really appreciate him. I hope he didn't think I was like just trying to push back against him. I was trying to understand it,
Yeah, I think that's spot on.
right? So Sam, Theo, Jacob, Dev, every single person up there helped me understand this better, and I really appreciate it. Right? I haven't used RSCs in any significant way, so I'm lacking in experience for it. I'm using my preconceived notions about how I develop dashboard applications. So again, like, hugely awesome, hugely useful. We're gonna go raid. Time enjoyed. I didn't kick that off yet. Oops. But yeah, seriously, everyone out there, keep leaving a lurk on Code and Life. This was awesome, man. That was an amazing conversation. There was a point at which I was worried I was actually adding to it and I was just being the naysayer. But I think what I commented actually gave us a better knowledge of things, so I think it was worth it.
The logic that's interacting with the backend services, the backend only code, which is the server actions, and then you could just look at that file.
So yeah, that was great. Yeah, I wouldn't change it for the world. Does it mean I'm like 15 minutes away from actually eating food? Yeah.
They should just be calling get users from that server module, and then.
So yeah, Acorn. Hope we're good. Sorry for taking so long. But yep, YouTube, I'm going to end stream. Thank you all for hanging out. We had a great day. Great conversations. Yeah, BG3 time.